Well, good morning and welcome to Frankly Speaking here on WYDC TV Big Fox. I'm your host, Frank Acom. We are broadcasting live from the Hesselson studio, and I'm so glad that you joined us this morning. We're going to be talking about Venezuela in depth, obviously, but we do have some other issues we'll need to get to, some New York updates, some Minnesota updates, so you want to stay tuned for the whole program. First, viewer comments. Mark writes in this morning. Good morning, Frank, and good morning, Mark. I don't think President Trump will receive the Nobel Peace Prize after attacking Venezuela. But on the other hand, the people of Venezuela seem happy that Maduro is out of the country and he is to appear in court in New York City. We're going to talk about that in depth. You're right, Mark. That may have hurt. I don't think he had a chance at the Nobel Peace Prize. Anyway, we've talked about the far left nature of that committee, having given Barack Obama, according to their rules of when the Nobel Peace Prize information needs to be in, I think, about a week, we figured. Obama had been in office when he had been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. First, before we talk about Venezuela, I just want to quickly, on a somber note, send my thoughts and prayers, I'm sure you all do as well, to Michael Printup's family, the former Watkins Glen International president. Michael Printup had the opportunity to work with him on a few different things through the years. Very nice man. It's so sad to hear of his sudden passing at just the age of 60 years old. Michael Printup, the Racing American Chief Operating Officer, and as I said, nearly 30 years working for NASCAR. I had talked with him quite a bit. If you recall, at the time there was the discussion about Woodstock 50 being held at Watkins Glen, and at that time kind of got involved in that and talked with some of the people behind the scenes, and Michael Printup was one of them. What a nice guy, always a very open guy. So our thoughts and prayers go to the Printup family during this very difficult time. I wanted to mention that just at the top of the hour. Okay, to Mark's point, Maduro and his wife are set for their first U.S. court appearance. We saw his perp walk coming in yesterday. They're expected to make their first appearance at noon today, a required proceeding that could launch a prolonged legal battle over whether the pair can be tried in the United States. Maduro and Flores, her name's Cecilia Flores, are expected to be transported from a Brooklyn jail to Manhattan courthouse for the brief hearing tied to sweeping narco-terrorism and drug trafficking allegations that the Trump administration cited in justifying the military operation. Maduro's lawyers are expected to challenge the legality of his arrest and argue he is immune from prosecution as a sovereign head of state. The situation has drawn comparisons to Panama strongman Manuel Noriega unsuccessfully raised a similar defense after he was captured by the U.S. in 1990. The U.S., however, does not recognize Maduro as Venezuela's legitimate head of state, particularly after a disputed 2024 election. It was unclear whether Maduro has hired a U.S. lawyer. Both Maduro and Flores have been under U.S. sanctions for years, making it illegal for an American to accept money from them without first obtaining a Treasury Department license. The indictment made public Saturday accuses Maduro and others of working with drug cartels to facilitate shipment of thousands of tons of cocaine into the U.S. The pair could face life in prison if convicted. Here's another example, and I think we're going to talk about it a little bit more in depth later on, where the left now siding with Maduro. Trump is very interesting in this, and we've made the comparisons before. You know, if he cured cancer, they would say he destroyed the pharmaceutical industry. They've got to be on the opposite side of everything he's on, and they've twisted themselves up into a pretzel yet again on the Sunday shows, I guess defending, even campaigning, fundraising, I should say, off of Maduro's arrest and what they call illegal and unconstitutional. We will take a look at that, but just another one of these examples of, I guess, we're to support Maduro now. Now, President Trump warned yesterday that if the newly appointed Venezuelan leader, Delcy Rodriguez, fails to fall in line with his vision for reform, she likely will suffer a worse fate than Nicolas Maduro. Following Rodriguez, and she's kind of went back and forth. She was very tough talking at first, and then after some of these warnings by the Trump administration, she backed off and had a more gentle approach. Following Rodriguez's condemnation of the U.S. operation, Trump made it clear that he would not stand for any defiance from the longtime socialist who he had tapped to run Venezuela in the interim. If she doesn't do what's right, she's going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro. Trump told The Atlantic. Why are we still talking to The Atlantic? Sorry, that was a side note. Why is the Trump administration still talking to The Atlantic? That may be the takeaway of this piece. The warning was a major shift from the praise Trump poured on Rodriguez early Saturday as the person who he believed was, quote, necessary to make Venezuela great again. Despite the U.S. president's endorsement, Rodriguez went on to reject the notion that she would work together with the Trump administration, calling Maduro the only leader Venezuela needs, while saying the country was ready to defend its oil reserves from the U.S. Quote, we had already warned that an aggression was underway under false excuses and false pretenses, and that the mask has fallen off, revealing only one objective, regime change in Venezuela. Following Rodriguez's speech, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the Maduro loyalists could not serve as Venezuela's interim leader and vowed that the U.S. would not support her administration. Instead, Rubio pushed for free elections to be held to determine the next leader of the country, as the U.S. and other nations never recognized Maduro's 2024 win. Along with the threats against Rodriguez, Trump also suggested that the U.S. would carry out a second wave of military action in Venezuela if he deemed it necessary. So as I said, at first she was defiant, saying she wasn't going to work with the U.S., now backtracking on that. We're going to talk about that. Boy, Marco Rubio's star is rising. I don't know if you've been seeing the news, and really he did do a fantastic job at that press conference and in subsequent interviews afterwards. Some are trying to create that division, suggesting maybe he will be the candidate for president, not J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance's people got out ahead of that, saying he was working behind the scenes on Venezuela, but he wasn't at the press conference. We'll tell you a little bit more about that. Also, we're going to tell you what some of the Democrats have to say. I also saw Marjorie Taylor Greene essentially siding with AOC. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on Marjorie Taylor Greene, but she is definitely loving this position she's found herself in, which is to badmouth Trump, his decisions, and his administration. It gets her a lot of positive media attention, at least to her. So we will talk about that as well. Now, Senator Tom Cotton, who is the Senate Intelligence Committee chairman, he was on CNN yesterday, and he was asked by Dana Bash, you mentioned that you hope that the former vice president, Maduro's vice president, it does not say Rodriguez, is somebody who will work with the U.S. She also has been a part of his inner circle. She also happens to be the oil minister in Venezuela. So is it that part of what's going on here, that the administration is trying to install somebody who will be friendly to the U.S. with regard to oil? Senator Cotton said, well, I don't think that we can count on Desi Rodriguez to be friendly to the United States until she proves it. And that's a good line. We can't count on her to be friendly to the U.S. until she proves it. There are examples, recent examples of anti-American leaders around the world turning over a new leaf. You had Muammar Gaddafi in Libya in 2003. You had Ahmed al-Shah, the current leader of Syria. But they made concrete concessions that benefited the United States when they had a long history of turning a new page and moving in our direction. Rodriguez and others sanctioned and indicted minister in Venezuela were in league with Maduro until yesterday. So I don't think we can count on them to be pro-American at all. I hope they turn over a new page. I hope they begin to meet our demands. And it is the case that Venezuela still owes many billions of dollars in legal judgments to American oil companies. So now, missed a wave there. The acting president offered Sunday to collaborate with the U.S. So that is the acting president of Venezuela, kind of backtracking from her fiery statement at first, saying the agenda should be focused on shared development, striking kind of a softer tone for the first time since the U.S. forces captured Nicolas Maduro. In a statement posted on social media, acting President Delcy Rodriguez said her government was prioritizing a move towards respectful relations with the U.S., having earlier criticized the raid on Saturday as an illegal grab for the country's natural resources. Quote, we invite the U.S. government to collaborate with us on an agenda of cooperation oriented towards shared development with the framework of international law to strengthen lasting community coexistence. President Donald Trump, our peoples and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war. Now, this isn't a war. Marco Rubio discussed that. That's what they're trying to present it as in the media. But interesting to see Rodriguez backtrack so significantly. But I think to Tom Cotton's point, I don't even think it's a trust but verify. I think it's a don't trust until she proves herself to be able to work with the United States. Publicly, she and other officials had called the detention of Maduro and his wife a kidnapping and said Maduro remains the nation's legitimate leader. Trump told reporters that he could order another strike if Venezuela does not cooperate. Trump also threatened military action in Colombia and Mexico and said Cuba's communist regime looks like it's ready to fall. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. And guess what else is back in the news? Greenland. We'll be talking about Greenland here in just a little bit. But Rodriguez's statement came on the eve of the scheduled court appearance by Maduro, which is today, which we'll be keeping a close eye on. But Trump said other factors were at play, saying the raid was prompted in part by an influx of Venezuelan immigrants into the U.S. and the country's decision to nationalize U.S. oil interests decades ago. Quote, "We're taking back what they stole. We're in charge," he said aboard Air Force One. Oil companies will return to Venezuela and rebuild the country's petroleum industry, Trump said. They're going to spend billions of dollars and they're going to take the oil out of the ground, suggesting, and I don't know if I printed that off, but this rebuilding effort in Venezuela is not going to be paid for by taxpayers' dollars. What he's saying is it's going to be paid for by the oil companies. Global oil prices edged up in a choppy trade as investors considered the implication of U.S. military action in Venezuela, while stock markets rose in Asia. Now, we already know what Maduro has been charged with. The United States has deemed Maduro an illegitimate dictator since he declared victory back in 2018. But Trump has dismissed the idea of opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado taking over, saying she lacks the support. Now, she's been very supportive of Trump, even symbolically giving him her Nobel Peace Prize. Machado was banned from the 2024 election, but has said her ally, Edmundo Gonzalez, has a mandate to take the presidency, and some international observers say he overwhelmingly won that vote. Though Maduro has few allies in the world stage, many countries have questioned the legality of seizing a foreign head of state and called on the U.S. to respect international law. The UN Security Council plans to meet on Monday to discuss the attack, which Secretary General Antonio Guterres described as a dangerous precedent. China repeated its criticism of the U.S. actions, saying they were in violation of international law and that Washington should release Maduro and his wife. It's not just China saying it, it's not just those at the UN saying it, it's also the Democrat Party saying that he should be released. There's actually protesters outside that prison that Maduro is being held in, suggesting that he should be free, suggesting he should be let out. The attack has raised questions in Washington, where opposition Democrats say they were misled by the administration about its Venezuelan policy. Secretary of State Marco Rubio was due to brief top lawmakers on Capitol Hill later today. So that's kind of a quick overview. But Trump vows that the U.S. is in charge of Venezuela. He told reporters, "Don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial." He was then asked to clarify, to which Trump replied, "It means we're in charge." Now, Trump said he has not personally spoken with Rodriguez. He suggested coordination is already underway between U.S. officials and new leadership. During the gaggle on Air Force One, Trump repeatedly portrayed Venezuela as a failed state that cannot immediately transition to Democrat rule, arguing the country's infrastructure and economy has been devastated by years of mismanagement. He compared Venezuela's collapse to what he claimed would have happened to the U.S. had he lost the election, using the comparison to underscore his argument for the intervention, saying, quote, "We have to do one thing in Venezuela, bring it back. It's a dead country right now. It's a country that, frankly, we would have been if I had lost the election. We could have been Venezuela on steroids." Trump said rebuilding Venezuela will center on restoring its oil industry, which he said has been stripped from the U.S. under previous governments, leaving infrastructure decayed and production crippled. Quote, "The oil companies are going in and rebuild this system. They're going to spend billions of dollars. They're going to take the oil out of the ground, and we're taking back what they sell. Remember, they stole our property. It was the greatest theft in the history of America. Nobody has ever stolen our property like they have. They took our oil away from us. They took the infrastructure away, and all that infrastructure is rotted and decayed." He also said elections will not take place until the country is stabilized, arguing that rushing a vote in a collapsed state would repeat past failures. "We're going to run everything," Trump said. "We're going to run it, fix it. We have elections at the right time." We're going to talk about the elections in a little bit. We've got a lot to cover. I realize I'm running late already. What is your thoughts? I know they're suggesting, specifically the Daily Beast, the far-left Daily Beast, and we have this story sometimes more than once a week, that this is the end of MAGA. That MAGA is again going to turn on Trump because of this quote-unquote intervention in Venezuela. Your thoughts on that? We'll dive into that a little bit later on. We've got some opinion pieces on this, a lot of quotes from different people. But as I said, and I don't know when I'll do it, I'll give you a warning, but we're going to switch from Venezuela to some updates I need to give you, and then we'll come back to Venezuela. But there are other updates in regards to New York State, in regards to Minnesota, and also just some things that I think I need to pass along to you so you are prepared for the conversations you're going to have today. But let's take a short break. Stay with us. We're just getting warmed up. This is Frankly Speaking.
You don't have time to go to the gym? The health club is not an option? Come to Hesselson today and see why swim spas and fitness systems can fit into anyone's yard and budget. 12-foot, 14-foot, 15-foot, 18-foot dual temperature hot tub and swim spas are all on display in Hesselson's indoor and outdoor showroom. Try before you buy. 0% interest-free financing options are available on every Hesselson swim spa. Swim and exercise year-round and start making every day better. After 70 years, it's still fun to poke in the corners at Hesselson's.
Every day in January is New Year's Day at Cutler's. Stop in and receive phenomenal savings as our rock-bottom prices will be available for the whole month. We have pallets of 6, 12, and 20 mil LVT in stock starting at $1.99 per square foot. Up to 50% off on all in-stock carpet and LVT. Take 10% off our already low prices for all special orders. Bring in your measurements and we can measure for you. Hurry in for the best selection as these are the lowest prices of the year. Cutler's Carpet and Flooring, we have a buddy in the flooring business.
You've been putting back a few, and a few becomes a few too many. For a moment, you think about calling for a ride. Nah, you live nearby. What's the worst that can happen? You get pulled over, your insurance goes up, you lose your license, you total your car, you kill someone.
State is putting nearly $60 million towards improving key roadways across the southern tier.
Many older homes are still at risk for exposing residents to high levels of lead.
The Nani Hood Parent Resource Center once again brought the community together for its annual Halloween parade.
Around the southern tier, Finger Lake stands out for its scenery and wine scene. This year's dry drought brought some positives to the crop. Lee Com Center is looking for fans to show up and show out.
The Frankly Speaking Roof Cam brought to you by Boss Security in Horseheads. Contact them today for all your business and home security needs. We are back broadcasting live from the Hesselson studio on Marcus Street in Corning. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're talking about Venezuela. Would love to hear your opinion on how it all went down over the weekend. I think, I know I can speak for myself. It was kind of shocking a little bit, not in a negative way, just not what I expected to kind of wake up to, if you will. And staying and watching that press conference where the president is always late at these press conferences. But, boy, you could tell everybody was tired. They'd had a long night. But as I said, President Trump said that the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, is not ready, does not have the support of the people to lead Venezuela. But he also said he's not concerned about the situation in Venezuela, drawing the U.S. into a protracted quagmire, as it did in Iraq and Afghanistan. Pressed on whether he would support Machado if she won an election, Trump was non-committal, arguing that Venezuela's collapse makes elections a secondary concern. We should run the country properly. She could only win an election if I did support her, but I like her very much. We should run the country with law and order. We should run the country where we could take advantage of the economics of what they have, which is valuable oil and valuable other things. She could only win an election if I did support her, but I like her very much. The country is ready to be. It's literally become a third world country ready to fail. We should run the country with law and order. We should run the country where we can take advantage of the economics that they have, as I mentioned. It was a great victory, Trump said. We took care of business. We had nobody killed, a couple of guys wounded. We lost no helicopters or jets or planes. We had a complete and total victory. That's the way it should be. He heralded the mission as a complete and total victory. You know, you go into these things, you don't know if 50 people are going to die or not. and we lost nobody. Some people were wounded. Helicopter pilots got wounded. A couple of them were hit. They kept the chopper flying. I mean, they were bleeding badly. They were very brave. Asked about rumors that Maduro's de facto successor, Delcy Rodriguez, is arming supporters and resisting Trump, the president was unfazed, projecting calm and confidence. I don't get concerned about things. Maybe Mikado could run. Maybe somebody else should run. But first, we have to run the country right. He also said, as I mentioned, that U.S. oil companies, not us, the taxpayers, will rebuild Venezuela's energy sector. They stole our oil, they took our infrastructure, and now it's all rotted and decayed. We're not going to invest anything. The oil companies are going to go in, rebuild the infrastructure, and take the oil out of the ground. We're in the business of having countries around us that are viable and successful. And as I said, in exciting news, Trump renewed the calls to take over Greenland. That's a blast from the past. I mean, I know it's not quite a year of President Trump's second term. But this was one of the conversations very early on, just like the Gulf of America. Big controversy in the news, and then it kind of died off, but it's back. President Trump renewed his bid of a takeover of Greenland just one day after Venezuelan's president was ousted. Marco Rubio also warned that Cuba's communist government is in a lot of trouble. It's so strategic right now. Greenland is covered with Russia and Chinese ships all over the place, Trump said. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it. When asked if U.S. military action in Venezuela could signal a similar approach in Greenland, Trump said they're going to have to view it themselves. I really don't know. Now, Rubio appeared on Meet the Press. Boy, he got in a heated exchange with George Stephanopoulos. We're going to talk about that in a moment. But what do you think about this idea that some in the media are trying to present Marco Rubio as the rising star, the potential nominee? Now, we know in the past he said that if J.D. Vance decides he's going to run, he's going to step out. He's going to support J.D. Vance wholeheartedly. But Rubio said on Meet the Press that Cuba is propping up Maduro, warning that country's leader is they're in a lot of trouble. I'm not going to talk to you about what our future steps are going to be and our policies are going to be right now in this regard. But I don't think it's any mystery that we are not big fans of the Cuban regime, who, by the way, are the ones that were propping up Maduro. All right. Now, Trump has repeatedly cited the 19th century Monroe Doctrine. Did you see that they're calling Trump's new kind of phase in Venezuela the Donroe, like Donald Trump, Donroe Doctrine? And the president is calling it that as well, nicknaming it the Donroe Doctrine. So we could be talking about Greenland again, folks, and Cuba. But as I mentioned, we're running late. Boy, we're going to talk a little bit more about Marco Rubio, your thoughts on that, his rising star. We've got quite a few opinion pieces on this. As I said, I want to make sure that we talk about some other issues that I think are really, really important that we'll get to a little bit later. I may save it for the 7 o'clock hour, but please feel free to weigh in. Your thoughts on Venezuela. Mark had a good point. Does this now discredit Donald Trump from the Nobel Peace Prize? I don't think he was going to win it anyway, if I'm being honest. Maybe this is the excuse that they can now use. I don't know. No new surprises there. Okay, what else do we got? Oh, Kamala Harris weighed in on it. Chuck Schumer. So you could tell they got the talking points early on, which is that this is some type of criminal action, that this was illegal, unconstitutional. We're going to be talking about that, but you'll see many of those on the left repeating the similar phrases. Nothing new there. They get their talking points and they run with it, and the media is happy to run with it as well. We've seen some of, and I don't even want to say radical Democrats. It just seems like kind of the standard Democrat talking point is that it's criminal, and there's many protesting in the street talking for Maduro to be let go. Democrats are actually fundraising off of it. So we'll be talking about that as well. But right now we're kind of going through the who, what, when, where, and why. We're going to hear a statement from our Congressman Nick Langworthy, who weighed in on this on Saturday. So stay with us. We'll be right back with Frankly Speaking after this.
This holiday season, the perfect gift isn't going to fit under your tree. It's here at Blaze Alexander Family Dealerships in Mansfield. Enjoy the year-end sales event with 0% APR, $0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on select new Ford vehicles. Or on Wrap America's best full-size truck powertrain warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles on 2026 Ram trucks. And don't miss out on 0% APR on the 2026 Chevy Silverado, 1500, Equinox, and Trailblazer. So save some green off Route 15 in Mansfield, where we're taking the holiday deals the other guys won't.
Small businesses are the heart of America. Like you, these entrepreneurs started out with a dream and the drive to build a better life. If you have a small business idea to grow or challenge to face, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1964, SCORE has helped millions of entrepreneurs build their businesses. Today, they are the nation's largest nonprofit source of expert mentoring, resources, and education. Whether you're starting out, building back, or have worked at it for years, SCORE will match you with specialized mentors. Our thousands of volunteers provide the guidance and connections you need for free. Your success is waiting. SCORE is ready to help. Find a mentor today at SCORE.org.
Dear Coach.
Dear Coach, they don't teach you that inner strength is the most important kind of strong. But you taught me that.
They don't teach you how to build confidence in yourself or how to deal with all the pressures all at once. But you taught me that.
First tee was more than golf. It's where I discovered what I'm capable of.
You didn't just prepare me for 18 holes. You were preparing me for every day of my life. Learn more at firsttee.com.
The Frankly Speaking Roof Cam, brought to you by Boss Security in Horseheads. Contact them today for all your business and home security needs. We are back, broadcasting live from the Hesselson's studio. Ken wrote in a great kind of recap, so let's get right to it. Thank you, Ken, by the way. The Sunday hair on fire news of the weekend was Maduro's capture. On Meet the Depressed, Welker interviewed Rubio. She did her usual best to paint Trump and the administration in a bad light. But Marco schooled her on the facts. He's not little Marco anymore. As far as I'm concerned, he is a top candidate for president in 2028. And I'm going to be talking through Ken's statement here because it continues. Yeah, Rubio really made a good case for himself, especially at that press conference and the subsequent interviews afterwards, that he is the rising star. Now, of course, he has said that if J.D. Vance, and this is not to downplay J.D. Vance, I'm just saying what the news, the talking points are, that J.D. Vance, if he decides to run, that Rubio is going to support him. But if not, Rubio may step up. Now, I think J.D. Vance's people were a little concerned because he was not at the press conference, so he released a statement saying, you know, I'm working hard behind the scenes. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Rubio's rising star status here in a moment as well. But continuing, I think you raised a really good point on that, by the way, Ken. Ken continues, Welker interviewed Jeffries, who did as expected, bashed Trump and the administration on every issue. As he flailed his hands around, he might as well have been chanting, Trump bad, Trump bad. I don't think Welker noticed that one of Jeffries' hands flew off while he was flailing them around. Welker went on to interview the disgruntled Marjorie Taylor Greene, who bashed Trump and the people that are loyal to him, while saying she is America first and foremost. She is definitely posturing herself to make a run for president. She does, if that's what she's doing, Ken, and I don't disagree with you, if that's what she's doing, she could not be more off the mark, because she's found herself in that place where, yeah, the media kind of likes her now because she's bad-mouthing Trump. But the people that hated her before are going to continue to hate her because she's still Republican and did support Trump originally. So I do think she has a delusion of grandeur. I'm with you on that. I don't know if it's president, if she might try to run for governor, even though Trump told her not to, or Senate. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm with you. I think her delusions of grandeur and this new attention she's getting from the cool kids in the media has kind of blinded her to actual politics. But continuing, it was incredibly interesting that as soon as Welker got some Trump bashing out of Marjorie Taylor Greene, she started working to paint MTG as a communist sympathizer for her being interviewed by Nick Fuentes. Obviously, she also thinks Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to put in a bid for president. So she preemptively needs to do some damage. Yes, see, that's a great point you raised, Ken. Not only do that damage, Marjorie Taylor Greene's eyes should be open that these people do not like you. They're using you to badmouth Republicans. And at the end of the day, they're going to try to destroy you as a racist, a communist sympathizer, whatever the case may be. On this week, Ken continues, on this week with George Stephanopoulos, Snuffleupagus did his duty, along with Martha Raddatz, to bash the Trump administration on the arrest of Maduro. George interviewed Marco Rubio, fruitlessly trying to get him to trip up and say that Trump is actually going to illegally occupy and run Venezuela. Marco corrected him multiple times and took him to school on the facts. In the usual Snuffleupagus fashion, Georgie acted like he was the victor of a debate with his closing remarks. Yeah, well, he likes to get that last word in. Comes off as rather pathetic, but he's made a career out of it. And yet they try to present This Week with George Stephanopoulos as a fair and balanced type show. We know that George Stephanopoulos worked for the Clintons. I mean, it's a joke. But anyway, then came Schumer, writes Ken. He opened with saying that the American people are in fear of what the Trump administration is doing in Venezuela. He is vowing to stop Trump's lawlessness and the start of an endless war, imminent start of the endless war. Schumer is Jeffries without the crazy hand gestures. Trump bad, Trump bad. On to Face the Nation. Brennan took her turn interviewing Rubio. She tried the same tactic that Welker and Stephanopoulos tried to get him to trip up and say we are occupying Venezuela. She asked why we didn't arrest the other 3 indicted individuals in Venezuela at the same time we arrested Maduro. Marco told her how foolishly the question was, and explained that the logistics of capturing 3 additional suspects at the same time would be impossible, and noted that the left is melting down after arresting Maduro. Imagine the screaming if they arrested all 4 at once. Great point, Marco. Marco Rubio pitched a no-hitter today against all 3 Sunday shows. Tom Cotton was on set with Brennan. She worked her hardest to get Tom to say the Trump administration's plans to get Venezuela to do as America wants are ill-conceived. She tried to get him to say we have boots on the ground, which he recanted, that it was an arrest, not an invasion. She went in and back out. We went in and back out. As with Rubio, Cotton delivered another TKO to Brennan. Sadly, she had no idea that she lost the conversation. No, they're not aware. They have no self-awareness. After Tom Cotton, she interviewed Democrat Representative Jim Hines, so that after the sheeple heard from Republicans, they could hear a Trump basher saying that the Republican interviews were lying and that Trump is bad. He said Trump has clearly violated international law and has sent a message to the world that other bad actors can do these snatch and grab operations whenever they want. Then she and Senator Van Hollen on to drive the point home to the sheeple that the Trump administration is lawless. He also commented that he wants to bring home the illegal immigrants that have been deported and noted that happily the Maryland man is back home in Baltimore. By the way, if any of your viewers see my wife, please let her know that I only watched and reported on the Sunday shows because of the breaking news on the arrest of Maduro. It is not going to be an every weekend thing, so she can come back home. Thank you, Ken. Yes, we always appreciate Ken's recaps of the Sunday shows. I did see Marco Rubio destroying George Stephanopoulos, continuing to say we're not going to run the country. We are now going to run the country until there is a safe transition of power. That is what I meant to say, excuse me. Rubio said, well, first of all, what's going to happen here is that we have a quarantine on their oil. That means the economy will not be able to move forward until the conditions that are in the national interest of the U.S. and the interest of the Venezuelan people are met. And that's what we intend to do. So that leverage remains. That leverage is ongoing, and we expect that it's going to lead to results here. Stephanopoulos said, let me ask the question again. What is the legal authority for the U.S. to be running Venezuela? Rubio saying, well, I explained to you that what our goals are and how we're going to use that leverage to make it happen. As far as what our legal authority is on the quarantine, very simple. We have court orders. These are sanctioned boats, and we get orders for courts to go after and seize these sanctions. So I don't know, in a court, is a court not a legal authority? Stephanopoulos said, well, I've explained once again, or asked if the U.S. was currently running Venezuela, and Rubio said, well, I've explained once again, and I'll do it one more time. What we are running is the direction that this is going to moving forward, and that is we have leverage. This leverage we are using and we intend to use. We started using already. Stephanopoulos then asked if Rubio himself was currently running Venezuela, leading the secretary to repeat again that the U.S. was focused on its leverage. And he is very intricately involved with some law enforcement operations. We are hopeful that there are people in place now. We're going to find out. The proof will be in what they do or fail to do that will start making some of these changes that will ultimately lead to Venezuela that looks substantially and dramatically different from what's been in place for 15 years. Rubio also expressed doubts that Maduro's vice president should remain in office. This is not about the legitimate president. We don't believe that this regime in place is legitimate via an election. And that's not just us. It's 60-something countries around the world that have taken that view. So Rubio reiterating a million times, whether it was on with George Stephanopoulos or on Meet the Press, that we're not at war in Venezuela, and Maduro's capture was a law enforcement function, saying, quote, there's not a war. I mean, we are at war against drug trafficking organizations, but not a war against Venezuela. We're enforcing American laws with regards to oil sanctions. We have sanctioned entities. We go to court, we get a warrant, and seize those boats with oil. That will continue, and we'll continue to reserve the right to take strikes against the drug boats that are bringing drugs toward the United States that are being operated by transnational criminal organizations, including the cartel. Of course, the leader of the cartel is now in U.S. custody and facing U.S. justice in the Southern District of New York, and that's Nicolas Maduro. We made big progress in that regards. This was, at essence, at its core, a law enforcement function. Okay, the Department of Justice, dating back in the Biden administration, that had a $25 million reward for his capture. And so we have a reward for his capture, but we're not going to enforce it. That's the difference between President Trump and everybody else. All these, it's easy to make a wanted poster and say $50 million for the capture of Maduro. But no one takes that seriously because we're not going to do anything about it. President Trump did something about it. I thought Rubio also did a great job at that press conference. No nonsense. I'm with you, Ken. And by the way, Ken, thanks again for that great rundown of the Sunday shows. Marco Rubio definitely made some big moves with all of this. Ryan King actually saying that he faces a moment of truth as he helps Trump navigate. We'll talk about that in a moment. Boy, we're running late this morning. Keep those comments, keep those waves coming in, and we will be right back.
When you're online, don't forget to visit our Facebook page at Big Fox News. Catch up on news from the Twin Tiers. Vote on the daily question and hear about local events. All on Facebook.com/Big Fox News.
This is Tom Witzel, owner of Hesselson's in Amara Heights. At Hesselson's, we care about your well-being and overall health, whether it's relieving stress, muscle recovery, increasing circulation, or just revitalizing the body. Hesselson's now has 2 complete line of infrared and traditional rock saunas in our new and expanded showroom. Come in today and see why owning a sauna is a start of your new healthy lifestyle. Hesselson's is still locally and family-owned and operated in Amira Heights. After 70 years, it's still fun to poke in the corners at Hesselson's.
Nearly 500 kilos of cocaine has been seized in a bust.
Thousands lined the pier at Seneca Harbor. Race weekend brought thousands to Watkins Glen International.
Hundreds and Horseheads joined other cities around the country on Saturday for the No Kings protest.
Do you know that children growing up with poor air quality have smaller lungs and higher rates of asthma than children that grow up with good air quality? And unfortunately, poor communities have poor air quality. IQ Air Foundation is working to change this. Today, the IQ Air Foundation provides filtration technology to schools with poor air quality through our Clean Air for Kids program. Our goal is to help over 50,000 school children every year breathe over 90% cleaner air indoors, helping to level the playing field, reduce barriers to learning, reduce sick days, and increase test scores. Mitigating poor air quality is key to environmental justice. Help Clean Air for Kids reach more children at IQAirFoundation.org.
The Frankly Speaking Roof Cam brought to you by Boss Security in Horseheads. Contact them today for all your business and home security needs. We are back broadcasting live from the Hesselson's studio. We were talking about Marco Rubio, and Ryan King says that Rubio has pinned much of his political career on combating the far left, and he's having a moment as he helps President Trump navigate the fallout of capturing Nicolas Maduro. Now, is there a fallout? I think that's a weird way to word that. Rubio saying on Face the Nation, the whole, foreign policy apparatus thinks everything is Libya, everything is Iraq, everything is Afghanistan. This is not the Middle East, and our mission here is very different. In contrast to the Bush administration's approach of mounting an invasion, then putting boots on the ground to prop up a government, Trump simply ordered a targeted operation to capture Maduro. Some opponents of Operation Absolute Resolve have likened it to the 1989 operation under George H.W. Bush to successfully depose Manuel Noriega, the former dictator of Panama. Either way, the outcome will almost certainly help define both Rubio and Trump's legacy. Cesar Conda, former advisor to Rubio's Senate campaign, said, knowing his deeply held views about the evils of communism and socialism, I think politics is the furthest thing from his mind. He's doing all this because it's the right thing to do for America, for the people of Venezuela, and for stability in our hemisphere. The Secretary of State has publicly declared that he doesn't view Rodriguez as legitimate, as we mentioned. Rubio, who was a top candidate in the running to serve as Trump's vice president, has been given multiple tough jobs by the president in addition to his busy day-to-day schedule as Secretary of State. This includes serving as the United States National Security Advisor, the Archivist of the United States, and the Administrator of the United States Agency for International Development, which he has held from February until last August. If you recall, on Labor Day, he made that joke. This is the first time I've really enjoyed Labor Day because I have 5 jobs or something like that. But now J.D. Vance was kind of skipping the limelight. That's why they're putting Rubio kind of in that number 1 position right now, and because he did a fantastic job. But he wanted the world to know, J.D. Vance, that he was deeply involved behind the scenes. Vance publicly praised the operation on X, but did not attend the briefing. Vance did meet with Trump at Mar-a-Lago on Friday to discuss the strike, but was not at Trump's golf club Friday night when senior Trump officials monitored the mission because the national security team was concerned a late-night motorcade movement by the vice president while the operation was getting underway may tip off the Venezuelans. The vice president joined by secure video conference throughout the night to monitor the operation. He returned to Cincinnati after the operation concluded. Due to increased security concerns, Trump and Vance are limiting the frequency and duration of time they spend together outside the White House. Maduro is the newest person to find out what Trump means and what he says. That he means what he says, And PSA for everyone saying this was illegal, Maduro has multiple indictments in the United States for narco-terrorism. You don't get to avoid justice for drug trafficking in the U.S. because you live in a place in Caracas. So J.D. Vance letting the world know that he was involved. No need to be concerned. But yeah, definitely Marco Rubio, I'm not going to say made a name for himself. I mean, he's already had a name for himself, but definitely getting a lot of attention for the way that he's handled this, especially at that press conference. Just did a fantastic job, in my opinion. Just not taking any nonsense, if you will, for lack of a better word. I'm checking something here. Technically, okay, just making sure. All right, just making sure I'm on the right break. All right. Now, when we return, we're going to read a lot of what Democrats are saying. As I mentioned, it's not going to be all Venezuela this morning, though it is going to be, that's going to be the lion's share. But we do have a couple things I have to get to. We'll probably kick off the 7 o'clock hour with that. Then we'll return to our conversation on Venezuela. But feel free to weigh in some of the questions we've kind of posed this morning. What do you think of the job Rubio's doing? Is this the end of MAGA? So many people are jumping on the bandwagon saying, MAGA's not going to like this, MAGA's not going to like this. And they point to Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is no longer a part of MAGA. She is a part of kind of her own Marjorie Taylor Greene experiment. So we're going to talk a little bit about that as well. So stay with us. We'll be right back with Frankly Speaking after this.
When you're online, don't forget to visit our Facebook page at Big Fox News. Catch up on news from the Twin Tiers. Vote on the daily question and hear about local events. All on Facebook.com/Big Fox News.
Hi, this is Tom Witzel, owner of Hesselsons and Amara Heights. At Hesselsons, we care about your well-being and overall health, whether it's relieving stress, muscle recovery, increasing circulation, or just revitalizing the body. Hesselsons now has 2 complete line of infrared and traditional rock saunas in our new and expanded showroom. Come in today and see why owning a sauna is the start of your new healthy lifestyle. Hesselsons is still locally and family owned and operated in Amara Heights. After 70 years, it's still fun to poke in the corners at Hesselsons.
Nearly 5 kilos of cocaine has been seized in a bust.
Thousands lined the pier at Seneca Harbor. Race weekend brought thousands to Watkins Glen International.
Hundreds and horseheads joined other cities around the country on Saturday for the No Kings protest.
Did you know that children growing up with poor air quality have smaller lungs and higher rates of asthma than children that grow up with good air quality? And unfortunately, poor communities have poor air quality. IQ Air Foundation is working to change this. Today, the IQ Air Foundation provides filtration technology to schools with poor air quality through our Clean Air for Kids program. Our goal is to help over 50,000 school children every year breathe over 90% cleaner air indoors, helping to level the playing field, reduce barriers to learning, reduce sick days, and increase test scores. Mitigating poor air quality is key to environmental justice. Help Clean Air for Kids reach more children at iqairfoundation.org.
The Frankly Speaking Roof Cam, brought to you by Boss Security and Horseheads. Contact them today for all your business and home security needs. We are back broadcasting live from the Hesselsons studio. So on Saturday, Congressman Nick Langworthy released the following statement. Our Congressman, Nick Langworthy. Early this morning, American service members carried out a decisive operation with far-reaching implications for our hemisphere. The capture of Nicolas Maduro marks an important step towards dismantling the narco terror networks that have fueled violence, corruption, and the flow of illegal drugs into the United States. Maduro is not merely an authoritarian figure. He is a murderous criminal who has overseen the repression, imprisonment, and killing of his own people. On March 26, 2020, the U.S. Department of Justice formally indicted him on charges of narco-terrorism, drug trafficking, and corruption. Today, those charges are met with real accountability. This outcome is a result of decisive action by President Trump, who has made clear that the United States will confront criminal regimes that threaten our security and destabilize our region. This is what peace through strength looks like: clear resolve backed by action. The message to dictators, terrorists, and transnational criminal organizations is unmistakable. There is no safe harbor for those who seek to harm the United States or the American people. Nicolas Maduro was never a legitimate leader. He was the head of a criminal cartel masquerading as a government. History shows that when narco states threaten regional stability and American security, the United States has acted before. President George H.W. Bush's decision to remove Manuel Noriega established that criminal regime will not be tolerated. Today's actions follow that same principle: accountability, the rule of law, and the defense of peace through strength. With Maduro now facing justice, the Venezuelan people have a real opportunity to move towards a more stable, democratic future. Now, it is interesting. They're trying to present it as this is the beginning of some long, protracted war. Like Rubio said, that's just not the case. You can't compare everything to Libya or Iraq. But Schumer blasts Trump's reckless decision, to nab Maduro. So it's one of those fascinating things that Trump is so good at. Now Democrats are siding with the narco-terrorist. They are siding and trying to support him, I guess you could say. Maduro is a horrible, horrible person, said Chuck Schumer, but you don't treat lawlessness with other lawlessness, and that's what happened here. So I guess just go about the business, let him stay in power. But continuing, Chuck Schumer said they did not just do ships off the water. They went inside Venezuela, bombed civilians as well as military places, and it's a violation of the law to do what they did without getting the authorization of Congress. Now, we know the problem with the authorization of Congress is that it would instantly be leaked and it would not have been a successful mission. Last month, the GOP-controlled House shut down 2 different attempts to rein in Trump's military powers. But Schumer contended that the attack would give Congress renewed urgency to curb Trump's war authority. Schumer further blasted Trump's planning for Venezuela as a back-of-the-envelope operation and warned that modernizing the country's oil extraction system is going to take time. Okay, so if something's going to take time, then you shouldn't do it? Now, needless to say, the talking points went out. Hakeem Jeffries saying similar, saying he's a bad guy, of course, and he's going to stand trial in an American court of law at this particular point in time. It remains to be seen whether the people of Venezuela are going to be better off. Donald Trump claims that he's going to run Venezuela. He's done a terrible job running the United States of America. Wow. Some Democrats griped privately that the hand-wringing over the Maduro raid makes the party look weak. It absolutely says. That's coming from Axios, far-left Axios. It makes the party look weak. Again, the party standing with the drug traffickers. If you don't acknowledge when there's a win for our country, then you lose all credibility. A Democrat in a 2026 battleground district told the outlet. It's great. If you can't take the win, if you can't celebrate the win, you lose all credibility. I would agree. But that's exactly what they're doing now. There has been a handful of Republicans also going against this. Marjorie Taylor Greene, which we may talk about. Representative Thomas Massey, who's not a fan of Trump, kind of sounding like a Democrat. Far-left Maine Democrat Senate hopeful went even farther. He called upon his fellow comrades to resist Trump and retake the U.S. Friends and comrades, we have a fight ahead of us. This is gangsterism on an international scale, said Graham Planter, who has added as having a Nazi-linked tattoo. Nazi-linked tattoo. Yeah, this is what kind of made him famous there for a while. Raged at a gathering with supporters on Saturday in Portland. Jim Himes, the top Democrat in the House Intelligence Committee, grumbled that the Trump administration hadn't given them a proper briefing on the operation. Himes, alongside Schumer and Jeffries, is part of the Gang of 8 in Congress, the 8 lawmakers entitled to the highest tier of classified briefing. America can see the fact that they no longer have a Congress, Himes said on State of the Union. I've yet to get a phone call from anybody in the administration. Whether you think Congress leaks or not, the law says the president must brief Congress. Well, that's the thing. They would have leaked. It wouldn't have been a successful operation. Who knows how many men and women we could have lost. But yes, Chuck Schumer saying Maduro capture was a reckless violation of the law. We have the War Powers Act. That's a privileged resolution, which means the Republicans can't block it. Tim Kaine and I and Rand Paul are supporters of it. It's going to come to the floor this week. And if it's voted for, it's voted positively in both houses, then the president can't do another thing in Venezuela without the okay of Congress. The American people are worried that this is creating an endless war. The very thing that Donald Trump campaigned against over and over and over again was no more endless wars. And right now we're headed right into one with no barriers, with no discussion. This is reckless. Where do we see an endless war in this scenario? Chris Murphy claiming the Trump administration's raid on Venezuela was wildly illegal. This is a president who has been operating illegally since he was sworn into office, stealing from the American people, seizing spending power. What's illegal now? Dragging America into a war overseas. The president cannot run a military operation of this size, cannot invade a foreign country without coming to Congress first, without allowing the American public to weigh in. America doesn't want this war. Nobody asked for this because it has nothing to do with the American national security. I think that's the most important conversation to have. Listen, Venezuela is not a security threat to the U.S. They're not threatening to invade us. There is no terrorist group like Al-Qaeda operating there that has plans to attack the United States to the extent that you care about the drug trade. Yes, they produce drugs, but those drugs go to Europe. Fentanyl is the drug that's killing Americans. That's not coming from Venezuela. Venezuela produces cocaine. 90% of it's not coming to the U.S. So again, defending Maduro, speaking positively almost in that way of Maduro. It's too bad they didn't have tough words for Maduro like they do for Trump. They're very quick to criticize, name call, et cetera, Trump, but then somehow defend Maduro. We got to take a short break. I realize that. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back with Frankly Speaking after this. Getting ready to wrap up hour number 1.
What better way to start or end guaranteed every day than relaxing in your very own Hesselson's hot tub. Massage.
Toyota still on. Now's the perfect time to recharge with a new Toyota.
I'm taking a RAV4 hybrid hiking.
Sounds fun.
Oh.
We're going on a road trip in a Tacoma. Wow.
Nice.
We're taking our pack to see snow in a Sequoia.
Can we keep them?
I think I oversnapped.
During the final days of Toyotathon, you can lease a new RAV4, the #1 selling vehicle in America, for just $259 a month. Hurry in today.
Toyotathon ends January 5th.
Toyota, let's go places.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
The Frankly Speaking Roof Cam brought to you by Boss Security in Horseheads. Contact them today for all your business and home security needs. We are back broadcasting live from the Hesselson's studio. So Hakeem Jeffries saying Maduro's capture was an act of war against Venezuela. There's been no evidence that the administration has presented to justify the actions that were taken in terms of there being an imminent threat to the health, the safety, the well-being, the national security of the American people. This is not simply a counter-narcotics operation. It was an act of war. It involved, of course, the Delta Force, and we're thankful for the precision by which they executed the operation and thankful for the fact that no American lives were lost. But this was a military action involving Delta Force, involving the Army, apparently involving thousands of troops, involving at least 150 military aircrafts, perhaps involving dozens of ships off the coast of Venezuela and South America. So of course this was the military action. And pursuant to the Constitution, only Congress has the power to declare war, to authorize acts that take place in this regard. And we've got to make sure that when we return to Washington, that legislative action is taken to ensure that no further military steps occur absent explicit congressional approval. Kamala Harris weighed in on this, and we're going to tell you about that. Mayor Mamdani in New York City, his comrades at the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, demand Maduro be released. There was even protests outside. We'll talk about that. A couple of opinion pieces on it. I think maybe at the top of the hour we're going to change up, and then we'll get back to Venezuela, because I definitely want to tell you what Kamala Harris had to say. But I've got a few things that I think we definitely need to cover before we get back into Venezuela. So maybe we'll start the next hour with just a couple quick updates from last week's show and just something that you need to know. So, and some New York State issues. I just don't want to run out of time for that. So we'll kick off hour number 2 with that and then back to Venezuela. So stay with us. Hard to believe. Hour number 1 in the books. Hour number 2 moments away. Keep those waves, keep those comments coming in. Your thoughts on Marco Rubio and the job he's been doing. Your thoughts on, is this the end of MAGA? MAGA is going to be so outraged with Trump on Venezuela. Your thoughts on that. And wait till you hear some of the, you're going to want to stick around for the top of the hour, that's for sure, because we've got a lot of breaking news stories I think you're going to find very interesting outside of Venezuela. So stay with us. This is Frankly Speaking, and we'll be right back.
This holiday season, the perfect gift isn't going to fit under your tree. It's here at Blaze Alexander Family Dealerships in Mansfield. Enjoy the year-end sales event with 0% APR, $0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days on select new Ford vehicles. Or on Wrap America's best full-size truck powertrain warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles on 2026 Ram trucks. And don't miss out on 0% APR on the 2026 Chevy Silverado, 1500, Equinox, and Trailblazer. So save some green off Route 15 in Mansfield, where we're taking the holiday deals the other guys won't.
Having a safe home is essential to many aspects of our lives. From a sense of community and safety, to physical and mental health, to economic security and independence. Most homes in our communities are not accessible and are not designed to accommodate the changes that come with age, including the risk of falling. Older Adults Home Modification Program helps reduce the risk of falls, improves safety, and increases accessibility and independence. Through this program, Rebuilding Together works with older adults to provide no-cost preventative home repairs so our neighbors can safely age in place in the homes and communities they love. To learn more, visit rebuildingtogether.org/safeathome.
Welcome to hour number 2 of Frankly Speaking here on WYDC TV. Big Fox, I'm your host, Frank Aiken. We are broadcasting live from the Hesselson studio. If you're just joining us, we've been talking about Venezuela all morning long. We are going to switch back to Venezuela here in just a moment. But there's a few things that I wanted to mention to you in passing because there is other major breaking news. First off, President Donald Trump and Elon Musk appear to have repaired their once strained relationship. According to a X post by Elon Musk. In a post shared Sunday, Musk wrote, "Had a lovely dinner last night with the president and first lady. 2026 is going to be amazing." Now, there's already been rumors that he is donating heavily to Republican candidates so that we can hope to continue to be in the majority in the House. Now, I'm not going to go through all the back and forth of that being big news and why when they had their falling out. But Trump and Musk share a lovely dinner at Mar-a-Lago after the public feuding. Also, and just to get your opinion on this, and this is coming out of the United Kingdom, so take it with a grain of salt. But they're calling it the Trump shadow. Could Don Jr. run in 2028 and keep Trump in power? While Vance remains the front runner for the Republicans in the next presidential race, recent polling results for the president's eldest son have led some to start thinking the unthinkable. As it says here, the coronation was supposed to be orderly. For the moment Donald Trump tapped J.D. Vance as his running mate, the political math for 2028 seemed written in stone. Vance was the political chameleon who, despite once calling his now boss an idiot, had quickly fallen in line to become the most loyal lieutenant. As payment for that loyalty, in reaction to America's military strike against Venezuela, Vance posted, "Maduro is the newest person to find out that President Trump means what he says. Kudos to our brave special operators who pulled off a truly impressive operation." The once skeptic turned acolyte, it was the heir apparent. And in August, Trump went further than he had ever gone in suggesting his deputy is the most likely to succeed him. In all fairness, he's the vice president. That was sorted then. Vance was the shoo-in. Now they are suggesting. In the brutal, unforgiving world of presidential politics, an opinion poll released at the end of last year showed that Vance's lead to become the Republican nominee was starting to shrink. The comfortable 20-point cushion he had over his nearest rival had evaporated. And Trump world was abuzz about the narrowing of the gap between Vance and the president's son, Donald Trump Jr. All right. Anyway, so Vance, let's see, does it have the newest numbers? I don't really care. This is just trying to sow division, trying to kind of push this chaos idea. In other words, if Trump Sr. can't run as president in 2028, he can't run as VP either. The idea, therefore, may persist more as a provocation. After all, with images of the January 6th insurrection still very much alive in people's memories, Donald Trump has never fully conceded the limits of his power. He still frequently floats norm-breaking ideas, refusing to rule things out, and using joking but not joking language about more than 2 terms. I like the term that Ken used earlier about the Sunday shows, the hair on fire crowd. That's what this is. So, at the end of the day, could Don Jr. run in 2028 and keep Trump in power? Now, a lot of people are saying after Rubio's performance that he may be a front runner at this point. But I wanted to talk about, just quickly, and we will, if you want to go back to Venezuela, just say so, and we can talk about it. But there's a couple of quick updates. Did you see that Governor Tim Walz called citizen journalist Nick Shirley, who had the audacity to expose Tim Walz's fraud and corruption? He said, "My opponents have been celebrating this far-right YouTuber as a groundbreaking journalist. Here he reveals who he really is, a delusional conspiracy theorist." Okay. Walz wrote, Dangerous, depraved behavior from the sitting president of the United States in covering for an actual serial killer. He is going to get more innocent people killed. America is better than this. What's that in reference to? What? Oh, because of Melissa Hortman, who was assassinated after she supported a bill to cut off health care to illegal aliens. Anyway, so Tim Walz, though, it is now being reported, and this is one of these stories that I had to get to you, and then we're going to go back to Venezuela. But Governor Tim Walz is expected to drop his re-election bid amid the Minnesota Somali fraud probe. He's likely to drop out of the 2026 governor's race, Minnesota political analyst Blois Olson posted on Sunday night. The news comes as Walz's office has scheduled a press conference for 11 a.m. today. Now, his office did not comment on what the failed vice president candidate plans to address. This is interesting. So he has a press conference. Tim Walz has a press conference today at 11. Could he drop his re-election bid because of this ongoing scandal? Maybe doesn't want to get involved or see how much he was involved in the first place. Walz has come under national scrutiny over his handling of alleged Medicaid and daycare fraud in Minnesota, with losses that could reach into the multi-billions. The scrutiny intensified after Nick Shirley released that viral footage. Federal authorities have since launched an operation in the land of 10,000 lakes aimed at identifying, arresting, and removing criminals who are defrauding the American people. Republicans are blasting Minnesota Democrats over the fraud scandal, accusing them of failing to prevent billions in taxpayer losses. One Florida lawmaker calling it organized crime, and that's very much what it seems like. The Trump administration has said he plans to freeze certain federal child care funds until states provide additional verification for the program. So we'll keep a close eye on that. That is today at 11. He's supposed to hold a press conference, but Tim Walz is expected to drop his re-election bid amid Minnesota Somali fraud probe. I would take that with a grain of salt. Not saying it couldn't happen, but I could also see him being defiant at that press conference. So there's that avenue too. Now, GOP lawmakers in New York are demanding that Governor Hochul root out Minnesota-style fraud with an independent audit. And we know with the Mamdani administration, we're going to see a lot of money being thrown around, a lot of opportunities for fraud and corruption. New York State lawmakers are demanding Governor Hochul hire an independent auditor to root out fraud and abuse akin to the COVID-era scheme that cost Minnesota taxpayers over $250 million. State Senate Minority Leader Rob Ort said Hochul should retain an independent private professional service firm to make sure New York's crooks aren't misusing taxpayer funds, like the 78 people in Minnesota accused of pocketing federal relief dollars meant for child care centers. Quote, if Governor Hochul isn't alarmed by what's happening in Minnesota, New Yorkers will lose even more trust in how their hard-earned tax dollars are being spent, Ort said in a statement, which was signed by the entire GOP Senate conference. The governor must do her job and guarantee this isn't happening here. If nothing is amiss, there's no excuse for refusing a comprehensive independent audit. Failing to act would be an extreme disservice to taxpayers. The senators noted several examples of recent fraud schemes uncovered by state and federal authorities in New York. They include a $68 million case involving the state's CDPAP home care program uncovered by the DOJ, a state comptroller's audit that found over $500 million in Medicaid benefits paid to out-of-state residents, and an investigation by the state attorney general's office that uncovered $13 million in Medicaid fraud. And hey, look who made the New York Post article. Our friend Tom O'Mara, State Senator Tom O'Mara, saying New York taxpayers deserve to know, without a shred of doubt, that taxpayer dollars in this state are being allocated, distributed, and spent in the most responsible, effective, legal, and accountable way. So that's Senator Tom O'Mara in the New York Post. Ort noted that rooting out fraud is especially timely given Hochul and Mamdani's mission to pump public funds into a system for universal child care in New York. Moreover, with reports that your administration may advance a proposal for a universal pre-kindergarten in the upcoming legislative session, ensuring these programs are efficient, transparent, and free from fraud should be a shared priority for all New Yorkers. Now, Hochul's spokesperson called the letter a political stunt, okay, and doubled down on her controversial changes to the CDPAP program. This is a rich political stunt coming from the lawmaker who spent months fighting the governor's efforts to root out waste, fraud, and abuse in the state's Medicaid program. Instead of suggesting we spend taxpayer dollars to do the job of the state comptroller and state inspector general, the minority leader should focus on supporting the many long-standing initiatives that the governor has advanced to stop fraud and protect taxpayers. The letter, which includes signatures of the 21-member GOP conference, appears to have been written using artificial intelligence, according to analysis by several online AI detection tools. A spokesman said the AI tool was only used for grammar purposes. That's going to be something that comes out a lot more, isn't it? I never even thought about that AI. Hey, we talk about the governor's race, and I hope if anybody happened to catch the pulse with Mayor Buckley and Hornell and myself, we talked about Bruce Blakeman and how that all unfolded. Still not overly happy, but even if Stefanik was in there, which she's not, we talked about the uphill battle of winning New York as a Republican. Listen to this, if this doesn't speak volumes about what we're dealing with. We know that New York City elected a socialist, but in New York City, nearly 60% of voters support Mamdani socialism. Some 56% of city voters support Mayor Mamdani's brand of democratic socialism, while 39% are opposed to the freebie-filled pie-in-the-sky to-do list. But voters are split on whether Mamdani's views are extreme or represent the mainstream of Democrat voters in the city. Wow. Some 45% of respondents said the policies are mainstream, while 47% said they were far outside the mainstream. The results show further left migration of Democrat politics and policies in New York City. It's a remarkable finding. Yes, you're going farther and farther left, where socialism is somewhat deemed the mainstream when it comes to Democrats in New York City. Wow. Well, then, so there you go. We talked about Governor Hochul. Now that she doesn't have Stefanik to worry about, will probably go farther left. Will probably try to placate, try to get the support of the Democrat Socialists of America, so she won't have to have a third party or have a primary challenger from the DSA. The poll showed 42% of voters believe the city Democrat Party is moving too far to the left, while 38% believe it's moving in the right direction. Wow. Well, anyway, so 60% of voters in New York City support Mamdani's socialism. And did you see he's getting rid of that that group to combat anti-Semitism? Well, State Democrat Party Chief Jay Jacobs on Sunday said he opposes Mayor Zohran Mamdani repealing executive orders targeting anti-Semitism and supporting Israel, but added he still wants to be fair-minded. I disagree with it. It's obviously didn't send a reassuring message to the Jewish community, he said. But he said the executive orders were more symbolic and noted that Mamdani is keeping in place the city office designated to combat anti-Semitism. I want to be fair-minded. Let's lower the temperature. I oppose the repeals, but let's give it time. Adam, anyway, enough on that. Okay. Yes, we are going through quite a few other things. We are going to talk about Venezuela here in a moment. When we come back, a couple of quick things about Trump, a couple of quick things here about just something interesting about Biden I think you'll find kind of fascinating. And then back to Venezuela. So one more kind of it's not probably a full segment, but another segment of non-Venezuela related issues, and then we'll talk about Venezuela. But feel free to weigh in, comment at any time, your thoughts on the job Marco Rubio's doing, your thoughts if this is the end of MAGA as the media is trying to present it, what you think of Trump's decision to go into Venezuela, all that much more. I'd love to hear from you. Stay with us. We'll be right back with Frankly Speaking here on WYDC TV, Big Fox.
You can just keep watching and scrolling, and the world will still feel like it's falling apart.
Widespread missile attacks. Highest hospitalization. Evacuation in the west.
Or you can take action by joining a movement that's creating real and lasting change instead. Partnering with communities around the globe to help uproot poverty and plant seeds of hope for a brighter tomorrow. Because at World Vision, we believe that no situation is hopeless. Join a movement that's changing the world for good.
There have always been a few, ready to fight and win. Since 1775, these few have been Marines, and they come from across this land to defend the future of our nation. This year, our Corps celebrates 250 years, and Marines are proud to serve this country, each other, and all that is still to come for America.
New York State nearly $60 million towards improving key roadways across the southern tier.
Many older homes are still at risk for exposing residents to high levels of lead.
The Nani Hood Parent Resource Center once again brought the community together for its annual Halloween parade.
Around the southern tier, Finger Lake stands out for its scenery and wine scene. This year's dry drought brought some positives to the crop. Lecom Center is looking for fans to show up and show out.
The Frankly Speaking Roof Cam, brought to you by Boss Security in Horseheads. Contact them today for all your business and home security needs. We are back broadcasting live from the Hesselson studio. Ken writes in, Frank, I heard one comment over the weekend about the war on drugs from a Democrat. I can't remember who said it. They were saying that stopping Venezuelan cocaine doesn't affect the drug traffic coming into America. Was that Chris Van Hollen who was, because we kind of quoted that earlier, Ken. They went on to say that the price of cocaine in America has risen sharply. I'm sure the sheeple were agreeing with them, but if any of them could do some critical thinking, they would realize that prices rise sharply when the supply is reduced. It's simple economics. Less supply with the same demand equals higher prices. So obviously slowing down the cocaine coming from Venezuela is reducing the amount entering America. Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. We're going to talk more about Venezuela here in just a moment. One last thing. Did you see that former President Joe Biden's long career in politics allowed him to retire with the largest taxpayer-funded pension of any ex-president in United States history? $417,000 or more than his presidential salary. Biden, so more than his presidential salary he's earning in his pension. It's pretty unusual, historically unusual, to have such a large pension amount, said National Taxpayer Union Foundation Vice President Damian Brady. I would have to say that it's the largest compared to his predecessors. The hefty estimated annual sum is double what Barack Obama has received in retirement pay after leaving the White House, and $17,000 more than Biden's $400,000 per year presidential salary. It also reflects Biden's unique situation as a former senator, vice president, and president, a career path that has allowed him to take advantage of a loophole, letting him tap into multiple taxpayer-backed retirement funds. Biden, who once described himself as one of the poorest members of Congress, is able to collect the lucrative payouts by double-dipping in benefits established under the former President's Act of 1958, as well as a civil service retirement system for ex-senators. Wow. So you're looking at more money than he made as president. He is receiving in his pension $417,000. One last thing before we talk about Venezuela. So CNN did a report that Trump's daily aspirin dose makes no sense. That's CNN's medical analyst. Though the White House credited the practice for his exceptional cardiovascular health, Dr. Jonathan Reiner, a board-certified cardiologist who teaches medicine and surgery at George Washington University School of Medicine and Health Sciences, was reacting to a Wall Street Journal interview with the president. And we know that he takes an aspirin every day, and that's why he's been bruising. That makes no sense. That actually makes no sense, the doctor said. So first of all, when we use any kind of anticoagulant medications to prevent clotting, they don't thin the blood. It's not like changing something from gumbo to chicken soup. It doesn't make it thinner. It makes you less likely to clot. The president apparently is taking 325 milligrams of aspirin per day, which is essentially one adult-sized aspirin tablet. But the dosage that we use for patients, even with documented coronary artery disease, is a quarter of that. It's 81 milligrams per day. It makes no sense to me. So now Hakeem Jeffries, after keeping his mouth quiet, just like Schumer and others did, on the health or lack thereof health of President Biden, is now calling for an investigation into Trump's health. What a bunch of hypocrites. Jeffries said that the White House is definitely not being transparent about Trump's health, and that Representative James Comer, the Kentucky Republican who leads the House Oversight Committee, needs to answer for questions about an investigation. I don't believe that this is something that should wait until the American people give Democrats a majority in the aftermath of the November election later on this year. I think it's something that James Comer, if he's actually being honest about Congress being a separate and co-equal branch of government, we don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for J.D. Vance. We don't work for their billionaire donors. We work for the American people. And Congress, in its role as a separate and co-equal branch of government, should make sure that the administration comes clean as it relates to the president's ability to do his job at the level that the American people deserve. So now Hakeem Jeffries having the audacity to demand an investigation into Trump's health. I mean, have we not seen the constant press conferences, the gaggles in the Air Force One? Is constantly out. It's never mind what you're seeing with your eyes. Believe what Hakeem Jeffries had to say. Speaking of hypocrisy, Kamala Harris, getting back to Venezuela, Kamala Harris condemned the Trump administration's capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, calling it, yes, you guessed it, unlawful and unwise. In a lengthy post on X, Harris acknowledged that Maduro is a brutal and illegitimate dictator, but said that President Trump's actions in Venezuela do not make America safer, stronger, or more affordable. She must be thinking about running for something. I do find it interesting. Chuck Schumer did it. Hakeem Jeffries. First of all, he's a really bad guy, but Maduro is a really nasty, nasty guy, but Kamala Harris saying Donald Trump's actions in Venezuela do not make America safer, stronger, or more affordable. That Maduro is a brutal, illegitimate dictator does not change the fact that his actions was both unlawful and unwise. We've seen this movie before. Wars for regime change or oil that are sold as strength but turn into chaos, and American families paid the price. The former vice president also accused the administration of being motivated by oil interests rather than efforts to combat drug trafficking or promote democracy. Quote, the American people do not want this. They are tired of being lied to. This is not about drugs or democracy. It's about oil and Donald Trump's desire to play the regional strongman. If he cared about either, he wouldn't pardon a convicted drug trafficker or sideline Venezuela's legitimate opposition while pursuing deals with Maduro cronies. Boy, it sounds like she might be thinking about running again for president, doesn't it? She said the president, this is Kamala Harris, the president is putting troops at risk, spending billions, destabilizing a region, and offering no legal authority, no exit plan, and no benefit at home. America needs leadership whose priorities are lowering costs for working families, enforcing the rule of law, strengthening alliances, and most importantly, putting the American people first. So Marco Rubio decided to comment on Kamala Harris's comments. Rubio ripped Harris and other Democrats over the criticism of Maduro's arrest. Rubio and other critics point out that the Biden administration also offered a massive reward for Maduro's arrest. They just failed to bring him in. Now, we talked about that price tag on Maduro's head. Rubio told Kristen Welker, in the Biden administration, they had a $25 million reward for Maduro's capture. So we have a reward for his capture, but we're not going to enforce it, he said. That's the difference between President Trump and everybody else. President Trump did something about it. And as I mentioned, so Kamala Harris goes on Twitter to badmouth Trump. Rubio repeatedly said the U.S. doesn't need Venezuelan oil, but rather wants to ensure its rich reserves don't end up under the control of American adversaries. Former President Biden's social media history came back to bite him after Maduro's capture, posting on X in 2020 that President Trump admires Maduro. Trump talks tough on Venezuela, but admires thugs and dictators like Nicolas Maduro. As president, I will stand with the Venezuelan people and for democracy. Biden's poorly aged post read. Yeah, you see a lot of people twisting themselves up in the pretzels. You see a lot of people showing their hypocrisy. Nothing new. When you had Chris Murphy on, what was it, on State of the Union saying that Venezuela is not a security threat, they're not threatening to invade us, there's no terrorist group like Al-Qaeda operating, that there has plans to attack the United States. Bash then presented him with a 2019 op-ed the senator penned in Washington Post, in which he wrote, "Let's get one thing straight. There should no longer be any debate about Maduro's lack of democratic legitimacy. The Trump administration is right to put restoring Venezuela democracy at the center of our approach to this crisis." So more hypocrisy by the left. Murphy chuckled and claimed the remainder of his article was a criticism of Trump's early moves to saber rattle about regime changes. Okay. Oh, they keep getting caught. All right. We got to take another short break. Stay with us. A couple comments when we come back. This is Frankly Speaking here on WYDC TV, Big Fox.
Your tap water is delicious.
I know, right? It's this Culligan Smart drinking water system.
What do you think is going on in there?
I'm smelling a touch of chlorine.
Yeah, I'm detecting some PFAS.
I'm also getting notes of lead.
Perfection.
Sending it up.
Here we go.
Certified to reduce more than 70 contaminants. It's like having your own team of water experts. See the smart difference at Culligan.com.
More cars, lower prices. Simmons Rockwell. Make car buying simple when you drive your deal at a Simmons Rockwell location near you, where you'll always find more cars at lower prices.
When you're online, don't forget to visit our Facebook page at Big Fox News. Catch up on news from the Twin Tiers. Vote on the daily question and hear about local events. All on Facebook.com/Big Fox News.
Sophia A., grade 4, absent, because transportation was absent.
Julio M., grade 6, absent, because Wi-Fi was absent.
Maria J., grade 12, absent, because childcare for siblings was absent.
Jacob O., grade 12, absent, because housing was absent.
Aisha S.,
Olivia H.
Darren L.
Cole W.
Preston L., absent.
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 Because healthcare, anti-bullying,
mental health support was absent.
We're calling roll on the 15 million absent students.
Their reasons why are very real.
And yet the solution is a present, caring adult to help them along their path.
When communities and schools is present, 99% of our students are present and ready to learn.
The Frankly Speaking Roof Cam, brought to you by Boss Security in Horseheads. Contact them today for all your business and home security needs. We are back, broadcasting live from the Hesselson studio here on Marcus Street in Corning. Sorry, I got distracted. Let's go to some viewer comments. The Democrats are delusional, as usual. 18% approval rating and dropping fast. Yes, the Democrats do have a very low approval rating. And you got a lot of delusional people commenting on your show today. Oh, all the quotes I'm reading from the weekend shows. Yes, I wanted to highlight that the Democrats have painted themselves into a corner where, again, now they are supporting Nicolas Maduro. Okay. Viewer writes in, they're going to wake up eventually, but it's too late for them. Thank you. Comment from a different viewer. Mark says, I believe Hochul will hook up with socialism only to get New York City votes. She can't do it herself as she doesn't have a political drive. Also, big words from Miss Kamala Harris that couldn't even take care of our borders. She has no chance of being president. But doesn't she sound like she wants to? But I'm with you. I'm with you, Mark. So Mayor Mamdani's comrades at the Democrat Socialists of America put out a lengthy statement demanding the return of President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores to Venezuela. The DSA is starting a Join Our Hands Off Venezuela to get the imperialist United States out of the socialist oil-rich country. Solidarity with the people of Venezuela. Solidarity with the Bolivian Revolution. Separate DSA International Committee policy statement says, in its statement on the removal of Maduro, the DSA, Democrat Socialists of America, the party that Mamdani is a part of, claims the Trump administration has started an illegal war against Venezuela. This is a nakedly imperialist war to install a U.S. puppet government that will give Venezuela's oil resources over to U.S. corporations and to force U.S. hegemony? I don't know how you say that. Hegemony? Over Latin America. The new Trump Monroe Doctrine. This war is illegal both under international law and the laws governing the declaration of war within the United States. Trump's war has nothing to do with drug trafficking. There is no substantial evidence that high-level members of the Venezuelan government are narco-terrorists. Yet, the Trump administration is using this claim as a pretext for this illegal war. So this is what because remember, we get this a lot. College students do this now. A lot of people in the DSA are younger. They list their demands because for some reason they think this is a successful route. They always demand this, demand that. So their demands are return of Maduro to Venezuela and restoration of diplomatic relations with the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, the Maduro-led regime. An immediate end to military violence against Venezuela and a total withdrawal of all U.S. forces and operations from the Caribbean. Ending sanctions against Venezuela and suspending the failed war on drugs. A U.S. foreign policy centered on peace and respect for national sovereignty and self-determination. There you go. The Democrat Socialists of America, that is their list of demands in relationship to Venezuela. Now, there was protest on Sunday, rejoicing Venezuela. Let me try that again. Professional protesters squared off against rejoicing Venezuelans who said the pro-Nicolas Maduro fools have no idea what they're talking about outside Brooklyn's federal lockup. Several natives of the beleaguered South American nation said they showed up at the Metropolitan Detention Center to take photos and shoot videos for relatives back home, to provide proof that the brutal dictator who terrorized their country for so long is finally behind bars. We just want to see where he is, if he was locked up, said one person celebrating the arrest of Maduro. We've been waiting 25 years for this. Now we can see it. I can't believe it. But yes, there were opposite sides of this too. Roughly 130 agitators gathered outside the MDC calling for Maduro to be released, where familiar faces from unrelated anti-Israel protests at Big Apple Ivy League campuses such as Columbia University. So a lot of career protesters, they were demanding that Maduro be released. Some wore surgical masks, spewed rhetoric about Palestine, and held up professionally printed signs that were distributed to others in the crowd as they tried to gain traction for themselves on a new front. Most dangerous thing in the world today is Donald Trump and the USA, said one demonstrator. Now, the smaller group of Venezuelan migrants shook their heads. These people don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what Maduro has done. They don't know what they are talking about. One calling the counter-protesters fools. They know nothing about Maduro. I don't know why they are here. They're just strange and stupid. So many people have to leave Venezuela under Maduro, die crossing the jungle to get to freedom. How many people disappeared? So many disappeared. Went to prison for being against Maduro. He gave arms to the drug lords and attacked people for saying anything against him. Students murdered when they went to protest. So yes, they actually had people out there protesting. Well, Democrats are fundraising off Maduro's capture. The Democratic National Committee is fundraising in protest of the Trump administration's capture of Maduro. Quote, another day, another unconstitutional war from Trump, who thinks the Constitution is a suggestion. Congress has war powers, but Republican cowards are hiding under their desk while Trump orders an unauthorized attack against Venezuela. Trump promised peace, but has delivered chaos. The most important thing we can do is elect more Democrats who will check this administration's power, the email continues. DNC Chairman Ken Martin also released a statement condemning the arrest, saying this is the worst kind of betrayal from Trump. He's committed the United States to an uncertain rial in South America with an indeterminate timeline. As Trump influences over the country and the world wanes, he's ready and willing to endanger Americans and abandon the Constitution as a last-ditch effort to hold on to power and relevancy. So fundraising off of this. Marjorie Taylor Greene joining with AOC and other Democrats slamming the Venezuelan operation. Marjorie Taylor Greene saying by removing Maduro, this is a clear move to control over Venezuelan oil that will ensure stability for the next obvious regime change war in Iran. She warned the Americans were disgusted with the government's never-ending military aggression and funding the Washington military machine. This is what many in MAGA thought they voted to end. Boy, were we wrong. So Marjorie Taylor Greene finding that niche that she likes so much, so she gets invited on The View, gets invited on CNN. Ken had speculated maybe she's going to run for president. I think there could be a chance of that, or governor, or I could see president, though. She's definitely got that delusions of grandeur. But according to the Daily Beast, the far left... No, we got to take a short break. I don't want to run too late. Stay with us. We'll be right back with Frankly Speaking here on WYDC TV, Big Fox.
Don't have time to go to the gym? The health club is not an option? Come to Hesselson today and see why swim spas and fitness systems can fit into anyone's yard and budget. 12-foot, 14-foot, 15-foot, 18-foot dual temperature hot tubs and swim spas are all on display in Hesselson's indoor and outdoor showroom. Try before you buy. 0% interest-free financing options are available on every Hesselson swim spa. Swim and exercise year-round and start making every day better. After 70 years, it's still fun to poke in the corners at Hesselson's.
An albino buffalo was born.
Nearly 500 kilos of cocaine has been seized in a bus.
Day 1 of the National Glider Competition.
Give kids time. Just 5 minutes a day. Ask them how they're feeling. And listen.
Do you want free internet? Forever? You got it. Really. We mean it. Spectrum is offering free fiber-powered internet forever. Want it? Just call this number and switch 4 mobile lines to Spectrum for a lifetime of internet you never pay for. It's not a trial. It's an unprecedented offer. So we'll say it again. Free fiber-powered internet forever. Have you called yet? Because your internet is forever. But this ad ends now.
When a child is fighting a critical illness, one truth touches us all. Every child deserves a childhood. A wish sparks a ripple of hope that transforms communities far and wide. And when we grant wishes together, we create a movement of kindness, strength, and unity. Become a wish maker today and be part of a journey.
The Frankly Speaking Roof Cam, brought to you by Boss Security and Horseheads. Contact them today for all your business and home security needs. We are back, broadcasting live from the Hesselson studio here on Market Street in Corning. Let's go to some viewer comments. Good morning, Frank. Well, good morning. Perhaps someone should point out to the former VP that Maduro was the root cause of the problems they had. That's a very good point. Thank you. Mark says, I see Newsom try to make it mandatory. The ICE removed their masks, and they are not complying with it. You know what's interesting? Eric Swalwell, who's looking to run for governor in California, or is running for governor in California, he said if he was governor, he would take away ICE's driver's license, members of ICE driver's license. So, yeah, Newsom, again, just like the Democrat Party is now supporting dictator Maduro, they're also anti-ICE and anti-law enforcement. But the Daily Beast says Trump risks totally blowing up MAGA with the shock new invasion. So we have this piece about once a week where MAGA is no longer supportive of Trump, according to the far-left Daily Beast. This may be the day that Donald Trump's MAGA support blew up in a plume of Venezuelan smoke. He has... okay. So they talk about the Epstein files. He posed as a peacemaker and partied with billionaire friends, abandoning the MAGA voters who swept him back into the Oval Office. Now, when he needs it the most, Trump risks losing the support that handed him the power to make America great again. To bomb a South American country and make off with its leader has little to do with North America first, and it will have disturbing repercussions that will extend way beyond our shores. But here at home, Trump has shown a disregard for his own base. His argument that he is going to war with a country because it sends fentanyl into the U.S. holds little water. It's a dribble of drugs compared to other countries. There are few documented smuggling routes from Venezuela to the U.S., especially compared to those from Mexico. Is Trump going to target Mexico City next? Be careful. The biggest fentanyl producer is China. Are we going to go to war with Beijing? The world suddenly feels much less secure when its most powerful nation strikes a much smaller one with no explanation and precisely little debate. Those who say the attack is a power grab for Venezuela's oil should ask George W. Bush how that worked out in Iraq. Anyway, I don't want to go through this. If you are a Trump supporter, if you consider yourself a part of MAGA, was this quote-unquote attack in Venezuela, was that the end of your relationship with the Trump White House? Eric Bradner said Trump's MAGA allies mostly rally behind the strike. So which one is it? One CNN, one Daily Beast having two conflicting reports. Trump faced criticism from some conservatives who worried he was straying from his America First pledge. We know Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I don't know if you can call her a conservative, but she was speaking out against it. Thomas Massie, the people that normally dislike the president and have an axe to grind and want to get that media attention, that's who we would expect it from. But Senator Lindsey Graham praised Trump's action, writing on social media, "We will be more prosperous and safer for it. I'm hoping and praying that the Venezuelan people will soon have a fresh start on democracy and freedom. The president is correct to counsel patience. We have to get this right. But the sooner Venezuela is put back in the hands of the Venezuelan people, the better." Rand Paul, a Republican who has long opposed military intervention, U.S. military intervention, wrote on social media that few Venezuelans, or Americans for that matter, will or should mourn the removal of Nicolas Maduro from power. Time will tell if regime change in Venezuela is successful without significant monetary or human cost. Best, though, not to forget that our founders limited the executive's power to go to war without congressional authority for a reason, to limit the horror of war and limit war to acts of defense. Those questions about what happens next mean the broader political consequences are far from clear. As Trump claims the United States will run Venezuela during a transitional period, raise the prospect of long-lasting and far-reaching U.S. military actions in Latin America. Trump doubled down on the perception when he described Cuba as very similar and something we'll end up talking about. And he told reporters that Colombia's president needs to watch his you-know-what. Mike Lee initially sounded critical of Trump's actions in Venezuela, writing just after 3 a.m. Saturday that he looked forward to learning what, if anything, might constitutionally justify this action in the absence of a declaration of war or authorization for the use of military force. He later wrote that he'd been briefed by Marco Rubio and said this action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Trump's fear of MAGA influencers also rallied behind the move. Steve Bannon called the operation bold and brilliant. I don't want to go through each of these people that they tell us are influencers. So what is it? MAGA is turned on Trump or they're supporting him. It just depends on what outlet you go to. Stephen Collinson, also from CNN, saying the surprise U.S. plan in Venezuela comes with huge risks for Trump. So not really surprised at the mainstream media, kind of legacy media, pushing this notion that it's bad, that Maduro shouldn't have been captured, and even if he should have, Trump's not going to come out with a victory in this. President Donald Trump's defenders had it half right, said Stephen Collinson. The U.S. overthrow of Maduro isn't an exact copy of the haunted regime change that gutted Iraq's government and civil society. The emerging White House strategy instead looks more like a regime decapitation that is evolving into coercion of Maduro's left-behind lieutenants. The administration is demanding an acquiescence to Trump's dream of an obedient, MAGA-fied Western Hemisphere. And, of course, we talked already enough this morning about the vice president. But hurried efforts in Washington to piece together a viable path forward in Venezuela coincided Sunday with rising anger among Democrats over Trump's failure to seek congressional authority for what looks like an act of war. Early signs indicate the Republicans are standing firm behind a president they've rarely challenged, but it will take time to gauge whether yet another foreign policy adventure will widen splits in Trump's MAGA movement. So now even CNN saying at one point MAGA rallies around Trump, now maybe not so much. So there you are. What is your thoughts? We're going to tell you a couple other opinion pieces. I can't believe how quickly this show is going this morning. But the Washington Post, surprisingly, Washington Post editorial board broke with the predictable Democrat response of condemning Trump's capture of Maduro, calling it a major victory for American interest. In the editorial titled Justice for Venezuela, the Washington Post editorial board said millions of people around the world, most of all in Venezuela, are celebrating the downfall of the dictator Nicolas Maduro. President Donald Trump's decision to capture him on Saturday was one of the boldest moves a president has made in years, and the operation was an unquestionable tactical success. The next step is ensuring that this triumph sets Venezuela up for stability and prosperity rather than more of the same or worse. They also praised the U.S. military security assets, writing, "What happened in Caracas was a clear reminder that America's military, intelligence, and cyber capabilities are second to none. This is a major victory for American interests." Just hours before, supportive Chinese officials held a chummy meeting with Maduro, who has also been propped up by Russia, Cuba, and Iran. No doubt millions of Venezuelans will remember who backed their oppressor and who effected his removal. But the end of Maduro will be a failure if it doesn't also corrode the influence of American adversaries in this hemisphere. Trump has telegraphed for months that Maduro could not remain in power, yet Venezuela's illegitimate leader clung on. What are Iranian leaders thinking now as they consider how to respond to widespread anti-government protests? Are the communists in Cuba sleeping well after Secretary of State Marco Rubio put them on notice Saturday? But the newspaper also cautioned the president, saying he would be wise to reconsider not supporting Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado as the next president. The board wrote that Trump foolishly claimed Machado is not respected in the country, but does he think Maduro's handpicked vice president does? It wrote that Trump often shoots from the hip in these press conferences and should reconsider Machado. Empowering a Maduro flunky would be an unforced error with catastrophic consequences. That's a quick view of a little different take from the media. Now, we got to take a short break. Stay with us. We'll be right back with Frankly Speaking, reading some of your comments when we return. Stay with us.
Every day in January is New Year's Day at Cutler's. Stop in and receive phenomenal savings as our rock bottom prices will be available for the whole month. We have pallets of 6, 12, and 20 mil LVT in stock, starting at $1.99 per square foot. Up to 50% off on all in-stock carpet and LVT. Take 10% off our already low prices for all special orders. Bring in your measurements and we can measure for you. Hurry in for the best selection, as these are the lowest prices of the year. Cutler's Carpet and Flooring, we have a buddy in the flooring business.
It's great to catch up, Jamie. How's business?
Good. Are you up to speed with the new beneficial ownership reporting requirements?
Sort of. What's it about?
It's a new initiative to help fight crimes like money laundering, fraud, and drug trafficking. A lot of small businesses like ours just have to report some basic info to the federal government about the real people behind them.
Does that include my cafe?
There are some exemptions for certain companies, but don't worry. There's lots of guidance on the government's website about who needs to file. Check out fincen.gov/BOI. Filing is easy and free. It took me less than 20 minutes.
Looks like I do have to file. Thanks, Jamie. It's great having a supportive business community.
Reporting beneficial ownership information helps protect U.S. national security. Filing is quick, secure, and free. And it's the law. Learn more at fincen.gov/BOI.
The Frankly Speaking Roof Cam, brought to you by Boss Security and Horseheads. Contact them today for all your business and home security needs. We are back broadcasting live from the Hesselson studio. Ken writes in, Frank, what a generous society we have. We have turned a job that was originally intended to be for someone that had a great love for our country, who knew that it would be a sacrifice of family time, but well worth it for the betterment of America, into lucrative money-making scheme that makes most of our federal politicians wealthy during their tenure and into retirement. It seems to me that most of the people politics attracts are working to enrich themselves instead of bettering the people that elected them. The lucrative pension for a horrible, corrupt politician like Joe Biden is just another call for term limits, insider trading reforms, and yearly ethic reviews. And that's his pension. He's receiving, what was it, $16,000 more a year from his pension than he did as president of the United States. So you raise a very good point. Thank you, Ken. Now, Greg Jarrett said, to the surprise of no one, Democrats reflexively denounced Trump's daring middle-of-the-night grab of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. If Joe Biden, who offered a $25 million reward for Maduro's arrest, had done what Trump did, these same politicians would be organizing a ticker tape parade. Could not be more on the money, could he? Their condemnation of Trump has nothing to do with the law, although they pretend that it does. Instead, it is transparently driven by their contempt for the president that they despise. Bereft of reason, they oppose whatever Trump does, even if it conforms to their previously expressed beliefs. Almost in unison, Democrats decried Trump's actions as illegal, unjustified, and unconstitutional. Many insisted that he was required to seek permission from Congress. None of that happens to be true. The president is empowered by the U.S. Constitution as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to direct military action to protect Americans, fortify U.S. interests, and defend our national security. The scourge of drugs emanating from Venezuela has long been poisoning our citizens. On that basis alone, the incursion into Caracas was legal, justified, and legitimate. For years, Maduro has led the notorious Cartel de los Soles, a violent drug cartel that is designated by the U.S. as a foreign terrorist organization responsible for murders, torture, and crimes against humanity so erroneous that even the United Nations recognized it. Article 2, Section 2 of our Constitution vests inherent powers into the president to unilaterally order armed forces into military action. His command authority is supreme, and he may conduct campaigns and deploy operations by his own judgment. Short of a formal declaration of war, a president does not need prior authorization from Congress to act. The principle is embedded in our Constitution and has been upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court since the early founding of our republic. In more modern times, the president's authority over armed action has only expanded. Cases involving Truman, Clinton, and Obama solidified presidential power to direct military operations without congressional consent. Trump had every legal and constitutional right to defend the United States against the transport of deadly illicit drugs and to arrest the man most responsible, who's been federally indicted for numerous crimes. And no, Trump did not violate the War Powers Act, as some critics have alleged. The resolution that was passed in 1973 stipulates a reporting requirement to Congress within 48 hours of deploying forces into hostilities. It's not a prohibition to act. Indeed, it explicitly recognizes a president's inherent power to use military force without specific congressional approval. Every single American president has done so since the end of World War II. Trump is no exception. The president has other authorities at his disposal. The Take Care Clause in Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution mandates that the president shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. To put it simply, Trump is duty-bound to ensure that all federal statutes are enforced. This includes the apprehension, arrest, and prosecution of wanted fugitives who are criminally charged with U.S. crimes and must be brought to justice. The arrest of Maduro qualifies as enforcing all laws. Just because the accused is the de facto head of a state in another country does not afford him protection or immunity from the long arm of American law. That is written nowhere. Marco Rubio described Maduro as a fugitive of American justice. Given his armed protection, military troops were necessary to accomplish his arrest. According to Trump, the operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. This was also the case in the 1990s under the identical circumstances, and I talked about that earlier on in the broadcast. This leaves the rather vacant claim by Trump adversaries that his actions somehow violate the norms and customs of international law. It is a common accusation that is often lacking in substance. Some point to Article 2 of the United Nations Charter, which prohibits member nations from the use of force against the territorial integrity of any state. However, the Charter provides an exemption for self-defense. So just continuing here, Greg Garrett said, if free and fair elections are held, as they should be, the impoverished citizens of this proud nation can share in a brighter future of freedom, economic recovery, and financial prosperity. They will have President Trump to thank for that. All right, we got to take a short break. Get your last second comments in as we wrap up today's edition of Frankly Speaking. We'll be right back.
This isn't your father's library. Create with the 3D printer. Release your inner audio engineer or sewing machine rentals, all with your library card. Go to getyourlibrarycard.com today.
You lather, rinse, moisturize, repeat, and repeat. But it never feels like enough. It's not your products. It's your water. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs pores and dries out hair. Culligan water softeners remove damaging minerals, revitalizing brittle hair and dry skin. Upgrade your shower and skincare routine with Culligan, water you love.
Give kids time. Just 5 minutes a day. Ask them how they're feeling. And listen.
The tide isn't just a gentle ebb and flow. It's a mighty force of change. Just like the tide shapes our shorelines, we can shape our planet's future and protect the world's oceans from its biggest threats. Help us turn the tide. Join Oceania's wave of ocean advocates who are making a difference in the world.
The Frankly Speaking Roof Cam, brought to you by Boss Security and Horsley's. Got a little snow coming down out there. Thank you to Boss Securities. Contact them today for all your business and home security needs. We are back broadcasting live from the Hesselson studio. Ken writes in, great point you read on the Democrats hating everything Trump does or says. It backs up how propaganda works and the Dems' philosophy on governing. When you repeat a lie enough times, it becomes the truth. Thank you, Ken. Yeah, they're calling it the Dunroe Doctrine, the era of ruthless American action. Trump's approach is more ruthless and clear-eyed, focused on the American interest. He does not trade in pie-in-the-sky ideas about exporting liberal democracies. That aspect of the Dunroe Doctrine is of the utmost importance. Do we want what's best for the people of Venezuela? Of course, but we want what's best for America first. We're fortunate to have a president who understands that better than anyone else. That's Ben Domenech. They say that in all of this, the Hawks are winning. The War Hawks are winning. This is a piece by Politico pointing to the now kind of rising star power of Marco Rubio that we've been talking about all morning long. Now, Trump has started to liberate Venezuela while striking the heart of Russia, China, and Iran's evil global axis. And that's something to take away from this, that it's not just about Venezuela. Trump's move is a win-win. A revitalized oil industry means higher incomes and better lives for the Venezuelan people and lower prices and diplomatic leverage for Americans. By ousting Maduro, Trump has begun to liberate the country while striking at the heart of the axis between Russia, China, and Iran and providing more democracy, oil, and security to our friends in the Western atmosphere. Jonathan Schnazer said it's not just about drugs. There's a lot of moving pieces here. It will deprive the cartels of a transit hub for shipments to the U.S., and it will deprive our enemies of a valued ally. If that's how things play out, not a bad start to 2026. Team Trump knows it needs fast but orderly free elections in Venezuela, according to the Post editorial board. Left unsaid, this may also require bribing Rodriguez and the rest with some vision of the deals Maduro rejected, with his example as a warning. Still, peaceful, orderly transition remains urgent. The cabal can't be trusted without a gun constantly at its head. Venezuela needs to rebuild the energy industry and the economy, and that work can only go so far without leadership in the public support. That does it for today's edition of Frankly Speaking. Thank you to everybody who joined us this morning. My goodness, that went fast. Thank you for all the comments. Thank you for all the waves. I hope you have a great day and that you'll join us every weekday morning starting at 6 a.m. for Frankly Speaking, only on WYDC TV. Big Fox, we will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early. I look forward to it already.
Every day in January is New Year's Day at Cutler's. Stop in and receive phenomenal savings as our rock bottom prices will be available for the whole month. We have pallets of 6, 12, and 20 mil LVT in stock starting at $1.99 per square foot. Up to 50% off on all in-stock carpet and LVT. Take 10% off our already low prices for all special orders. Bring in your measurements or we can measure for you. Hurry in for the best selection as these are the lowest prices of the year. Cutler's Carpet and Flooring, we have a buddy in the flooring business.
this off.
Perfect. Good.
Give you an idea what the heck we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, I got nervous. I thought maybe I had to schedule.
No. I just thought, you might want to look through that.
I went a couple years ago when Dennis Sweeney got in.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, so I'm pretty
familiar with it.
Yeah.
I didn't. Okay.
Thank you.
Good enough, Frank.
Yeah,
I'll see you
later.
Thursday morning.
Sounds good. Why'd it have to happen
Nothing
on
happened this weekend.
I know. Why'd it have to happen on Saturday morning, though? You know, that was wild, wasn't it? I'll tell you one thing. At their press conference, Trump looked like he's about half asleep. That must have been a long night for those guys. You know, up watching that all night. But Rubio's really making a name for himself, isn't he?
Yeah, where was Vance?
I know they released a statement saying he was behind the scenes really important, but they didn't want to be in the same room together for safety reasons. Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Because they said that they thought it could give Venezuela a hint if they saw the vice president's motorcade going to Mar-a-Lago or White House. Or I don't know what's happening there, but Rubio's right now probably the front runner.
Share success with Young's Tires. All right, good job, Jessica. Able to get them nice TV engine. Yeah. So that was great. And he was the guy that called me and said, I'm not that guy. There you go. When he totally stopped. It just be working it and I thought you were jury duty.
Well, they decided to excuse me from this one, because my income is mostly commission.
Yeah.
And it's so long, but I may have to report another time for something shorter.
Oh, okay. Good. Well, that's good. Good. Before we get into, we have time to take a quick sandwich. fourth week of Goodrich, Average, Thursday, that's it. That's up to you. It's a money. Drop off at a client or one of those, drop off at function. Okay, so weekly Q. So what's our weekly Q? What is it? What is Q? Okay. This goes back in our research. I was a research geek in New York City for a few years. So this coverage map says that we have 28,000 homes per week under Q. So Q means unduplicated. Okay? That's what it means. So when someone says, when you tell a client that having a page, we reach 28,000 homes per week. What does that mean?
So we 28,000 actual addresses in the area have their TVs turned on to the
Kind of, you're in the ballpark. It means that if you hear the spot every single half hour, every day, for 1 week, on our TVs, we reach 28,000 different homes. So, say we have, say on Monday, during a show, we have 3,000 homes. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So, for our radio service, they say we have 3,000 homes, we reach 3,000 homes every day. But in those different times, we have 3,000 homes here, 3,000 here. How many were the same homes? How many were different? Okay, so 3,000 homes here. On Tuesday, 2,500 were the same, and we had 500 new ones. They didn't want to. It's now 3,500. Okay, Wednesday comes along, and it's 2,800 of the original gives you an idea of what Q is. So when we do that to the other TV stations, well, ETM is number one with 34,000. And BNY is 33, with 28, BNY is 28, BNY is 5. So now all of a sudden, we're not just some fourth-rated TV station. ETM, let me see, happens at 10 p.m. We have the number one 10 p.m. news in the market. And on these days, our 10 news. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, they offer a 10 p.m. news and us 10 p.m. news. No, that's a horrible problem. Yes, it is. It's horrible. Horrible. But we can put a promo up with a number one 10 p.m. news. Yes. Piece just like that. Our 10 p news at just under 1,000, their 10 p news has about 600. We don't want to say that, we don't want to do that over there. But this is kind of crazy that it happened. Before you say no to my news is actually fantastic. Plus, I give you the frequency. So 5 times a week, at the 10 p news, let's say it's $25. You're able to get, 150 a week or so. To your packages. Now, what do? That's why you have to fight in. You have these packages, and they say, oh, I don't want you to do that this month for football. Well, understand that. But let's just talk about it. You gotta take the news to get that. It's a package. I'm offering you a discount on this for you. As an awesome package. Oh, and it's only this month. That's how we get what people paying for. Out of all of our programming that we have, what programs have expenses? The largest expense. Well, we can pay Fox, but the largest expense. Oh, for us? For us, TV. I have to pay. So when we look at our revenue in the morning news or 10 p news, that revenue should be way over what. Otherwise, you have to look at programs. And that's why we should always keep in our proposals 6 to 8 news and 10 p news in that. extremely well.
Yes, we at CYA. They've had a few controversies here and there, but they've swept under the rug.
Yeah, yes, they have.
Don't forget, we don't forget 2022.
One massively huge one, yeah.
Yeah.
The pedophiles, news anchor for news director.
Yep. I would say ETM, when I'm in households that have local stations on, ETM is the most common news station to be on. I am rarely in a house where they watch local news and it's on EWY. It's usually on ETM. I thought they did do it. That's their whole slogan.
So ETM does well, news, okay. What else did they do really extremely well?
They've got the syndication. Say they have Good Morning America.
Oh, they've got this.
Today Show, that's
Today Show.
NBC affiliate.
So they have a lot of affiliate. They've got the really big, no, that's the other one. Like, I know Ian and I
Now, when we say.
it's still working, they're still on.
We have to also put an asterisk on news doing well, so who's actually doing that. Well, if you look at a news, you've seen news in other markets.
Yes.
You've seen news in other markets.
Correct.
I've seen news in other markets.
This is the
From our authority. Not very good. So. But, so that's well, NBC, that's just, okay, what else did they do well? What does the EUI do really well?
ENY is a lot of syndicated shows that people really like. Because they've got ABC and CBS. They've got Dancing with the Stars, like I said, they've got all the soaps. If anyone's really into soaps, that's a good daytime market. They also have news.
7 to 8 P.
That's the perfect area.
Who's got Wheel Jeopardy?
Yeah. Wheel Jeopardy.
ETM and Wheel Jeopardy.
Yeah. So that's the prime access.
Oh, yeah.
Wheel Jeopardy. Yeah.
No, EY has, like Entertainment Tonight.
They contract out that one girl who's always in Washington.
I was gonna say that, I think they brand themselves really well, and you see that.
They do, well, Don mentioned, though, they bought their branding. So their branding wasn't done in-house. They
This
bought.
is home?
This is home, yeah.
My station in South Bend,
So, but they do have, memorable branding.
It's like on their stuff.
Yeah. So even though they bought the business home package, the average viewer doesn't know that, which is the point.
What's the song drive anybody else knows?
Oh, back when Sarah was here, she said, cause she used to work at Eli, she said they used to get calls at the wazoo begging people to stop playing that promo.
I have to mute it, but
This is home.
Can't even deal.
They overplay it, I think.
My station,
They're a little heavy, yeah.
it's off the WNDUTV.com, it's all over that. You buy the jingle and you buy the package with it.
But it is memorable branding.
It's good branding.
ETM tried to do My Twin Tears, but even, I don't know anyone that goes, I'm on the My Twin Tears channel. ETM didn't stick the landing. If anything, they did it with the analog channel, WETM 18. But I don't think they're nowhere nearly as good as branding as
So
analog.
the VMIs have better promotion than ETM then?
Yes, without a doubt.
Because ETM doesn't get much attention.
I like their promos, but I'm also a promo person, so I don't know the average
Better
person.
promotion. Well, that's what, you know, these, you said it was to, but they, how they promote themselves.
Yeah.
Washington correspondent and all that.
I've got the Washington correspondent. They promote themselves as being very like get up and go, very on the scene. Very, if there's something happening, we're gonna have there in 2 minutes.
So what do we do with them?
Sports. That.
Even from the news perspective.
Frank is very
Probably the most liked news person.
I tried to look up stuff for the last local election, and half of the resources I could find were just Frank's show, because no one else would report on it. The issues with UTM is very boring to watch.
What else do we do well?
Well, I think, Dan and Don, they're out there.
We got Family Feud, which is in with the Jeopardy. Family Feud. Why? I like both.
Do you think we, as the promo placer in the log, should promote our late night television throughout the day?
Don't we have syndication? Don't we have syndicated ads?
Yeah, but we don't really use them.
Okay.
But I do think we should say in Frank's show, come back and watch Jeopardy. Like they should. Yeah. I think, and if you watched the NFL yesterday, we definitely got
one live to the owner of Coons and said that I had a spot that I did not have. So, we don't need to lie about our stations. No. Well, and I think one of the things that drives a lot of it is like cameras involved. It's like, we're very sensitive. We're very
customer service, okay, you respond, you know, within 12, 24-hour time. That's because someone actually comes. Our national sales are through the roof. Because I give them through a valve within like 2 hours. Do what they need. Whole thing. Yeah, whole thing. All of a sudden, more go up a little bit more. All of them, they go up a little bit more. Because I respond to them right away. And that's what the buyer naturally wants. Right away. Oh, no, I don't know why they want to do that. It's only chilly. Do that locally. I don't know. It's one of the ones that's not bad. Hold on. So, right, but you can't find it. Never provided this. I mean, it's all great. And all of a sudden, he's spending more and more. We didn't say you have to spend this.
Nor did we ask for it.
Nor did we ask.
It's important to also remember, because I'm in this bank, and in this category, the two that left here, you take, sometimes you take that business for granted, and you get stuck. And you keep moving on. You have to really pay attention to yourself if you want to have that.
It's all in the details. Even the business. Everything is in the details. Like, being reasonable. Like, that's pretty all right. Little things for fun. All the little details. Sure. Because that you earn, so without having them ask us something, how do we provide customer service to somebody? They didn't ask for it, they didn't call, how do we provide customer service? It's on your list, you ask the phone, you have an idea. We're spending money on the registration, what is customer service to that? What do you do?
A lot of times, you just have to read your client and kind of play into, you know, whatever it is you think they're trying to accomplish with the relationship. And, you know, an example of that, I would say, would be Hessel's. There was a few months I couldn't get anything done. He just wasn't, and so I let that play out. I still kept coming in every week. We kept having discussions. I didn't pull anything out of my folder for a few weeks, and then all of a sudden, now he's asking me to. So, you know. Well, right. So he wanted to have his little snitch, and so instead of pushing him, I let it play out and kept things conversational. And he did ask questions that I had. Sometimes you gotta read it. You gotta read it.
When they're asking us that stuff, we're also
Kind of true.
prepare yourself for when they do.
Right. Before internet. But I have subscriptions to Agricultural State, the C-Store Magazine, the Audible. Okay? I have subscriptions to all the trade magazines that the clients have. And then I just pick out what's going on in the industry. Here we got AI. I mean, here we got. That's one thing. Other thing is price shop. I got these going on in certain or so I price shop. I went to the other person. You got this, look at the Lazy Boys refiner. And they have a photo. And then went to him and said, this is the price shop. And this Lazy Boy is $50 cheaper than this. Section. I didn't ask for anything. Just wanted to talk to them. You do that again. And I'm leaving. Now wait a minute. You listen to the other fool. Okay? You price judge. Okay? And they told us we weren't looking forward to seeing you because you had their boss. Afterwards, they said we were the best one. And then they bought one. There was all these new GMs in the market. I was new GM, GTM, we all met with them before. Right? Robin tells April, don't tell Donna, but he's the best general manager that we have. That's it. What do you? Yeah, so they're partners. And I said, I'm not sure I'm going to do this. I pulled away. Yeah. Never sport, never sport, no sport, no sport. Always better. No sports. It's the idea. She was big with the community, game drop. And I thought, okay, well, I'm not sure you're right for us. You pull those in the way. Yeah, I do. See, so customer service, couple other things I know I'm running late here. If you have a convenience store, you do a capture rate analysis. Okay? C-stores are capture rate analysis. You sit, you take a day, noon, you sit on the corner in your car, you have to have a double stop line. And you're going to take a capture rate of how many cars go by versus how many come in. That's capture rate. They look at these figures every single day. doing wrong, that they could grab the flag. And so their bathrooms, huge marble towels, velvet. And related. Southern Midwest.
I think the closest one around here is down in PA. They call it that one here.
They're huge. They have 50 pumps. 50 pumps. They're the size of a mall, huge. How they started was they fixed the bathroom. Thank you, clean. You don't have to get a bathroom key that has a wood stick to it, trying to open the door. Right? You have no idea what you're going into.
Well, you do, because you're pretty sure behind building one is not going backward because it's running around.
It's outside entrance, and you gotta use a key.
Yeah. No, no, I'm not going there. So the capture rate, and then you send it to the owners of it. You know, and the whole idea is the pump company and trying to get them to store it. They have the pump company. Freshly brewed coffee. Right, the pump coffee there. This Myra. Other markets have TVs.
We have to do something.
Okay.
Speaking of other companies, I don't know, anyway, sure, you gotta ask me.
It's huge in Vegas. Yeah.
She's saying that if you go to the newest part, she just felt that people were unaware of exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Very limited.
Yeah, that's always been a problem. Yeah, they don't find out how limited it is until they're already into it. And a lot of times the TV, it's either local stuff, like Vegas, it was the NBC affiliate, and they would do local stuff, local news stuff. There's a lot of Maria Menounos.
Yeah.
And this other guy.
The pumps around here that I know have pump hoppers, it only has like those sloppy national things, like your cheddar news, like how to get abs in 30 seconds, you know, type of
Cheddar's
stuff.
actually a TV station.
A lot of, could have fooled me by that ad.
Yeah.
So
How do you act in 50 seconds?
there are two big convenience stores here. Dandy that we don't, that are on the other two stations, not on us. And we have Burn Dairy, who's not doing anything wrong, except some billboards. I think they might like to see it. And you don't send it to the ad person. You send it to the manager that's good. I did a capture rate here the other day. This is the results. Is there anyone else that I can share this with? Is the district manager also? Because this is yours and this is Burn Dairy. And if you didn't believe this, you have to report the weather, condition, fine, heavy. The price of gas. Okay. That's one of them. Voice of food. It was, the voice of food is the drive-through, you order, and the drive-through. But what fast food company was the first in the drive-through? Everyone said it was nuts. Everyone said it was bad. It was huge success. Huge success. Well, McDonald's, again, for over 800 dollars, they have this 2 minutes to follow the control. When you voice your food, so when you get it, it has to be under 2 minutes. How did that happen? Arby's used to be on with us, they're not on the market anymore. one of these for? You're talking like, you guys did what's the food analysis? Yeah, and why are you mad? Well, he showed up, why aren't we doing it? Good question. Why you mad at me?
Taco Bell, they have automated,
So, that's another way, is that. Yeah, they don't order from you. I don't know what when you have, but we, that agency arms out of Boston, we get no money. I'm just asking for 20,000. If you could just do that. You want a favor, what do I get? $20,000 order. Reluctant. Can you do this? I had those, I said, can you do this location? I said, okay. That's customer service. Automobile, when it snows, we're all going and throwing in the snow. Hey, here we are, Big Fox here. Do you mind if we help you remove the snow from your vehicle? What? You can't sell a car with snow on it. We'll do it. But we might have to know that the storm comes, all of us will all know. We'll call and give up ahead of the neighbors and come to their food help. You don't have to do that. I know we don't, but we want to. We're part of this community. We care about the community. We care about the business. I'm not advertising the business. I don't care. No. Now all of a sudden, I'm gonna know it. That's fucking good. Working on a Saturday, and someone has a sale.
answering your phone on Christmas Eve, even though you're not working.
Christmas Eve, and then we got McGuire.
Be on the wire.
Back and forth, Christmas Eve, 4 o'clock. And boom, she got it. Right? It wasn't about us, it was about them. They wanted it.
It's taken me 2 years to break that, into that.
Huh?
Well,
Because that's when they were gonna plan it. They knew it was Christmas Eve too.
and he even apologized, but I responded.
But who responded? We did. Did the other two stations? I don't know.
Then I'm interrupting Don's Christmas with his wife, and he's responding too.
This is great.
Yeah.
Got it. You do. You have to go with what they do. When they want that customer service. Figure it out. Okay. Some of those there, if someone has a big sale, like Cat Young up in Maine, that's a she went to a place, what was a tile place that always has a big sale in the spring. She went there to help. She ended up working the cash register. Because they were intimidated. Sure. If you can't get that's customer service. Did I say I'm number one station? You see, that's how we treat them. And that's how we get our piece. We're not asking for all of it. Digital is a fair game. Our digital is just a good thing to us. It's better because of customer service. It's better because of our dashboard to show people results. ETN doesn't show people results. EMI doesn't show people results. We do whatever we want. That's what it's saying. So in order to plant your flag, you got to do something great that they don't. So, then a quick little note on, I was reading up some marketing stuff over the weekend. Ryanair is a big airline over in Europe. A newspaper company wanted to increase their people buying the newspaper, right? So they went to Ryanair, CEO, and said, listen, we'll give you all the newspapers for your price. Brian Harris said no. I'll sell it. But I'm not gonna give it. And he asked why. Because if I did newspapers, like, people leave them on the ship. When they buy it, they take it. Yeah. And so when you buy a newspaper, when you buy our TV station in dollars, yeah, there's a value. Well, I'm not gonna give this to you. I'll sell it. This is the value. Yeah. And so it was a huge success for that newspaper, and Brian Air made money on it because they got a piece of the what they sold. So, and they don't have their stewardess going through their thing through going through picking up all this newspaper and the people. Now whose problem is that? You got to control it. So. Little things on marketing, all of those little things. Saying hello when you walk into the office place. Doesn't change the business you do. It's changed. All right. Let's have a good week. We'll get it fixed up.
I am okay with whatever's going on.
Yes, it is. Okay, I thought you would be doing that. I think let's set up a time that we can meet.
That's my only missing copy thing today, except for those, John, Rob.
Yeah.
WDC promos for tomorrow. I'm pulling them off the law.
That's the
Library card one.
library card, correct.
Until
we get.
So
Yeah.
I can get the 10:15 done today. We don't have a 5, so I'm gonna have to make that.
Let's just pull them off right now, so you have all day to work through. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because in order to pull them off, I gotta patch holes, so it'll take a second, so if I'm gonna pull them off, I'm gonna pull them off.
Okay.
Sounds good. So yeah, I thought they started, I thought they were starting running this.
How's your Wednesday?
Yeah, it's
9 a.m. on Wednesday, is that okay?
Sure, yeah.
Or do you have things to do in the morning, we can do in the afternoon?
Well, in the morning, I think I should be able to get all my morning stuff done before then. Because I don't have to do the cards on Wednesday. That's the.
Okay, because I have a 10 a.m. I don't want to rush. So let's say 2 p.m. on Wednesday.
Sure. Yeah, because it's the, so there goes, the issues are, there's like the screen and then there's an LCD layer. And if stuff gets messed up in that LCD layer, beforehand, when it was just pixels, it's like, oh, some pixels are out. But with the LCD layer being the way it is, if you mess up like one part of it, it gets spread across the screen. That's what happened to our TV upstairs, the one that's in the bottom. Currently, unfixable, unfortunately. If there is a fix, I'm not cool about it.
Alright, I'll take a photo of it and I'll send it to Chris.
How'd you do it?
Oh, they don't usually use it on these screens, okay? And it comes up to sign in.
Shouldn't be an issue with registering the screens.
I'll take a photo and send it to Chris and I could use the, I could still use those.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to fix right now. I'm trying to get it to go up there. Sorry about that. If it was going on the other two monitors, that means the actual computer part isn't broken, just the screen.
Just the screen.
It's not ideal, they want to get you back on the bigger screens. There we go. It just needs a second.
There we go. Is this thing, yeah.
I think it's
We'll
just
get
still
it,
okay.
it'll stay signed in.
Alright. Oh, I'm glad it's connected to the screens again.
I know.
That's my worst fear.
Okay,
Alright.
very good. I gotta go to 10 down the street here, so.
Alright.
welcome. Oh, how is it out there, Don?
That's okay.
Good.
Still winter.
Yes.
sent back to me because your inbox is full?
This one it was fine. It was on our personal one or our work one. I mean, but on my Gmail it must not. I don't get it. It doesn't show it. It says 62% of 100.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I just tried to test it too, so I don't know why they would kick back, huh?
Okay, but you have it.
I do have it. Thank you.
Do we think Jeremy has it? Rob
I would.
has it.
I would imagine.
It was just
if I
you.
get it's just my Gmail for some reason.
Okay.
Do you? I think I'm good for a little bit. I think I might overdid it with the meal then. Well, because I had some of the house left too. So when I got to the house, I had some. He said, taste this. He's like, I would have some right now. Yeah.
WYDC,